Hey WolfPack, and welcome back. We are almost at 10,000 subscribers, and I want to thank you all so much. I never even thought I would get this far, to be honest, but I'm very happy you guys are here supporting my channel, and we as a community shall stick together, as you are part of the WolfPack. And with that said, I'm also running a Halloween contest, and I'm giving away a free sweatshirt. The link in the description will be below so you can enter. And now, whether you're sitting around a campfire, on the night shift, or even laying in bed, let my voice soothe your nightmares.
I'm a female, and I'm 27. At the time of this story, I was only 19. I was living in Littleton, which is a suburb of Denver. I lived and worked in the same block, working at a hair salon, and lived in an apartment that was across the street. I lived with 4 other people in a studio apartment. Yes, it was chaos. But I was young and dumb, and I worked so much that I was only ever there to sleep. While working at the salon, I met people from all walks of life. Most were nice and hardworking like myself. In the plaza where the salon was located, there happened to be an abundance of loiterers, homeless drunks mostly. There was a particular man who I would often see. He always smelled like booze, but was nice enough. He was quite the flirt, which was a bit uncomfortable for 19-year-old me. On several occasions he asked me to come hang out and drink with him. I always declined, telling him that I had a boyfriend. For the life of me, I cannot remember this man's name, so for the sake of the story, I will call him Mark. One afternoon, after getting off work around 4, I began to make my way across the parking lot to the coffee shop. I ordered my drink and took it outside to sit and enjoy the sunny weather. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Mark approaching me rapidly. A broad smile was on his face. He came up to me and asked me for a lighter. Begrudgingly, I obliged, passing it over. Mark lit up a cigarette and returned the lighter to me, as he not so gracefully brushes my arm. A disgusting chill ran up my spine. I pulled away and suddenly stood up, saying that it was time for me to go. Mark then begged me to come drink with him, and again, I refused. After that, I didn't see him for several weeks. It was a bliss, since he was always lurking around the plaza, waiting for some sorry soul to look his way. One night, I decided to go for a night stroll. I enjoyed night walks around this time of year because of the weather. I would walk around downtown Littleton and loop back to my apartment complex. I was maybe 10 minutes away from my home when a figure appeared in the walkway ahead of me. I thought it was nothing at first, since a lot of people were out and about. But when I got a closer look, I could recognize that it was Mark. He was swaying this way and that on the sidewalk, nearly falling into the road. This is where I made my first mistake. I should have crossed the road or turned around. Instead, I decided to walk past him, hoping that he wouldn't recognize me in his intoxicated state. But unfortunately, he did. Mark got in my way and stopped, smiling that broad smile once again. I sighed, resigning to my fate of having to walk with him. I asked him how he had been, and if he was having a good day. He said he was, but it would be a whole lot better if he had someone to drink with. I said that I couldn't, because I had to work early the next morning. Unfortunately, he was unbothered and continued to beg, trying the drunk puppy dog eyes on me. I was slightly uneasy, but otherwise unmoved. Awkwardly laughing, I tried to edge my way around him, but he held out his arms, blocking my path. With a serious face, I demanded Mark move out of my way so I could return home. For some reason, this flipped a switch within him. Suddenly, he grabbed my arm, holding it tightly. I winced and I tried to shake him off, but Mark wouldn't let go. He took another step towards me and grabbed my other arm, Immediately I knew it was going to bruise. The pain sent me into fight or flight, and I picked both. First, I shoved Mark as hard as I could into a bush that was behind him, and then I started sprinting down the sidewalk. I didn't stop until I burst through my apartment door. I dissolved into tears and fell on the floor. Alarmed, my roommates comforted me and started asking me questions about what happened. After I pulled my shit together, I told them what Mark did. By this time, my boyfriend was in the apartment and was furious upon hearing this. He stormed out of the apartment with a bat in his hand. Another roommate stayed with me. When my boyfriend returned, he said that he couldn't find him. We thought about calling the cops, but rejected the idea because we weren't exactly on the right side of the law ourselves. Marijuana wasn't legal yet in Colorado. So instead, I decided to buy some pepper spray and start carrying a knife on my person. It made me feel much safer. And I stopped going for walks after dark, unless my boyfriend went with me. Strangely, I never saw Mark again after that night, though I was completely okay with it. So wherever you may have gone, Mark, just leave me alone. Next time, I'll poke a hole in you.
So this was really before catfishing became a term we used, though the act itself has always been around as long as social media has. This was during my freshman year of college, and it was during the MySpace era. In college, I made friends with someone in my honors curriculum class, Leslie. She in turn introduced me many of her other friends, who then became my friends. They had all known each other for years, but were very welcoming to me, and I felt very much like a part of the group. That being said, I didn't really know them that well when this happened. What they did seemed, well, not like them, but then I realized I didn't exactly know what was like them. A member of the group, Catherine, was going away to school in Boston, and so the night before, we all decided to have a going away party of sorts. We were going to visit another friend, Tamara, who was going to school in Philadelphia, and then we were going to just have fun in the city. Our designated meeting space to drive down there was Dunkin' Donuts. When I got there, Leslie was there with our friends Samantha and Anthony, and Leslie looked pissed. She was sitting there with her arms crossed, kind of staring at nothing, but with an angry look on her face. As for Samantha and Anthony, they kept looking at the door, and they seemed both nervous and shifty. I could tell they were on edge. I sat down at the table of awkwardness, since we had to wait on Catherine and a couple of more friends, and things got awkward when no one was talking. Finally, I was just like, "What is the deal with you there?" Leslie replied, "You should ask them," gesturing to Anthony and Samantha. They suddenly looked guilty, but before they could answer, the door opened again, and they both went from looking guilty to anxious and mildly scared. I looked to the door and saw just a normal guy. When he walked in, he just kind of glanced around the room like he was looking for someone. Anthony and Samantha wouldn't say anything. Leslie just kept huffing and shaking her head, and all three kept looking over at this guy as he sat down. As soon as Catherine and the others got there, it was like we couldn't get out of there fast enough. Catherine, our friends Evan and Julie, and I were very confused. It was on the way to Philadelphia that we learned the truth. It was Leslie who told us. Apparently, Anthony and Samantha had created a fake MySpace account, and they had been catfishing this guy, Calvin. We didn't know the term catfishing yet, but that's what it was. They had created a fake account using a picture of an actress or singer or something. I can't remember. Only her face was obscured. Apparently this had been going on for a couple of weeks, and the conversations had gotten serious. Like Calvin seemed to really like this fake girl they had created. I didn't know why they did this, and when I asked them, they didn't really have a reason. Mostly, they were just bored. It turned out they had told him to meet at that Dunkin' Donuts at the time we were there. I think that once he showed up, Anthony and Samantha realized that this wasn't just a game, that Calvin was a real person with real feelings. And I do think they felt badly about what they had done, but it was too late. They couldn't take it back. There was no reason they had chosen Calvin. He was just some random guy they had picked. I guess Leslie had found out about it a couple of days prior and told them to end it, and that was why she was so angry at them. Because they had told her what had happened. That Calvin was supposed to be there. After that, I never really saw Anthony and Samantha in the same way. They weren't really people I wanted to be friends with, especially when I saw the messages and saw how much they had gotten Calvin to like him. I thought this could be the end of it. I was wrong. About a week later, everyone came to my house for pizza, and Samantha and Anthony told us that they had gotten messages from Calvin. I didn't think much of it because I already knew he had been messaging their fake account, wanting to know why she had stood him up, and he seemed upset, especially when this fake girl stopped replying. But no, that wasn't what Samantha and Anthony meant. He hadn't messaged the fake account. He had messaged their accounts. I remember them telling me that my sharp intake of breath, the way my heart rate increased, that unnerved me. The messages were more than the same. But also Calvin had made it clear he knew what they had done, and he seemed even angrier. Anthony, in particular, got a very long, furious message from Calvin. I don't want to say I thought they deserved it, but honestly, they had done a shitty thing, and there were some consequences. I figured it would die down in a couple of days. It didn't. A few days after Calvin had messaged Anthony and Samantha, he started messaging the rest of us who had been in Dunkin' Donuts that night. Now this really scared me. Keep in mind, I was already dealing with my other stalker situation, so I was understandably on edge, and this guy had found me. I did not know much about computers, but I thought he must have traced Anthony and Samantha's IP address or something since they'd used their own computers for the account. But when it came to the rest of us, we did not understand. How had he found us? My theory is that once he found Anthony and Samantha, he looked through their friends and recognized us from our pictures, but I don't know for sure. All of his messages came from MySpace, so at least he was texting us and stuff. But still, his messages were very angry. He kept saying things like, "How could you do this to me?" and "You made a fool of me. How dare you?" I thought about replying, but Evan had done that already, telling Calvin that we weren't responsible, and he didn't believe him. Honestly, Evan totally sold Anthony and Samantha out, but we figured that Calvin already knew they were the ringleaders. He just didn't know they were the sole perpetrators, instead thinking we all had a hand in it. I figured there was no point to defend myself since Calvin didn't believe Evan when he had tried. This went on for a couple of weeks, and it seemed like Calvin was getting increasingly angry the more we ignored him. Finally, I had had enough, and I was just like, for God's sake. I replied and told him again that we weren't responsible, collaborating Evan's story. When I finally defended myself, Calvin messaged me back and said, "You made me into a fool, an idiot, and one day you'll know how that feels." I think you will. Maybe it was because of everything else that had happened with this guy, but that sounded like a threat. Like he was going to personally make sure I knew how we had made him feel. We were lucky. As far as I know, Calvin never did anything beyond messaging us aggressively. It could have been a lot worse. Eventually, Calvin stopped messaging us, and then he deleted his account. I felt bad for the guy, and Samantha and Anthony had been wrong. But what Calvin was doing to us was wrong too, the harassment. Eventually he stopped though, after a couple of months, and I never saw him again. I slowly drifted apart from the group. First Anthony and Samantha, for obvious reasons, then Catherine, then Julie, Evan, and Leslie. I wasn't too broken up about the first two, because they weren't the kind of people I really wanted to be friends with. Not only had they done a shitty thing, they had brought Calvin into our lives, like opening a door and inviting someone in.
Last winter, I was walking through a park near my apartment when I came across 5 young boys attempting to smash an object with a hammer. Granted, Chicago children are probably more violent than most, but I am not used to seeing such things in my particular neighborhood. I jogged over to them mostly out of curiosity, but also to make sure they weren't torturing some poor squirrel or a pigeon or something. If I hadn't known the sort of thing I was about to come in contact with, I would have probably went home and bolted the door. One of the boys was clutching some sort of dark wooden board covered with black paint and holding it at arm's length with his face turned away and his eyes closed. The second boy, I remember one of his friends calling him either Peter or Paul, was aggressively prying the hammer out of the hands of the boy who had been swinging at the wooden board moments earlier, while the other 2 kids watched without saying a word. In spite of all the hammering and arguing, the surface of the board looked perfectly smooth and intact from the angle I was approaching. I put on my toughest adult voice and got the kids to quit yelling and fighting over the hammer just long enough to ask them what in the hell they were trying to do. The boy holding the hammer, Peter or Paul, looked me straight in the face and said, "We're gonna break the devil into 6 pieces and bury him in the woods." I was stunned but also amused. I figured he had seen something like this on television and sort of laughed it off as I asked, "So you kids think this plank is the devil?" Peter or Paul was clearly not pleased by this question and said something along the lines of, "Are you stupid or what? That thing ain't a plank." As I took my first look at the wooden board up close, I was surprised to see that the entire surface had not been painted with black paint as I had first thought. It was actually hand painted to the point that it was nearly covered with a language I wasn't familiar with. It looked vaguely Asian or Middle Eastern. It was entirely alien to me aside from the upper left and right corners, which displayed very detailed paintings of the sun and moon. In the center of both the sun and moon were unnerving faces with blank expressions. As I thought about this last detail, it became clear to me that this board was some sort of antique-made Ouija. Peter or Paul explained to me that his grandfather owned an antique store and was on his deathbed. He had requested that the boy's mother take this board from his store's safe and break it into 6 pieces and dispose of it immediately, burying each piece in the woods not less than a mile apart from each other. He would not say why this had to be done, but continuously referred to the board as that wooden devil. When the boy's mother had refused, thinking it's ludicrous as any rational person would, the grandfather had enlisted the boy and his friends, giving them the store key and told them the safe combination. I remember the kid telling me he was disappointed. He had always thought the safe held his grandfather's stash of ancient pirate treasure. Upon grabbing the wooden board from the safe, however, the boys had run into 2 problems. Firstly, the board was hard as stone, and the best way to break the thing was turning into a point of argument now, that the hammer had failed. The second issue was that the woods in Chicago are scarce, and woods large enough for burying things miles apart from each other are even scarcer. Realizing it was most likely not the best idea to get in the way of a group of kids' family issues when a hammer and a wooden slab are involved, I figured my best option was to break the thing myself to make sure the kids don't get themselves hurt, then be on my way. This proved to be extremely difficult. I remember thinking that the board had to be reinforced with a steel plate or something. I was beating on the thing with the hammer for the 100th time when I remembered that I had a hacksaw I had bought to remove a broken tree limb 2 years earlier, and had never touched it since. I told the kids to sit tight and jogged down the block to my apartment. By the time I got back, it was snowing, and the boys were picking up the snow and throwing it at each other in clumps rather than snowballs. It was an unusually mild winter for us last year, and I think this may have been the beginning of the only snowstorm we had all year if I remember correctly. The 5 of them continued to play with the snow as I hacked into the board with my saw. It took an unusually long time, but it worked. When the first piece snapped off, I picked it up and saw that the grain where it had been cut was unlike anything I had ever seen before, spiraling in a very distinct pattern that I can still picture in my head. The unstained wood was a deep reddish brown. When the board was in 6 pieces, Peter or Paul grabbed a corner with the picture of the sun. Then he and one of his friends ran a short distance into a wooded area on the edge of the park and buried it about a foot down. As this was going on, the boys explained to me that they were planning on spending the day riding the elevated train and taking the pieces to the various wooded areas they had come up with. They just needed one more place to bury the 6th piece, and hadn't come up with anything yet. As it happened to be a Sunday, if I recall, I offered to do it on the way to work the next day, and they agreed it was a good plan. As the 5 of them walked away toward the north, I saw them enter a station for the Blue Line train, and I never saw them again. Later that night, as the snowstorm started to get really bad, I remember thinking that I hoped I hadn't made a mistake by letting them go off on their own. But a strange adult hanging around with 5 neighborhood kids tends to give people the wrong idea, regardless of whether he's looking out for their safety. I hoped they had gotten their task finished before the snowstorm really hit. The corner of the board I had wound up with was the corner with the painting of the moon with the blank expression. I had really planned to bury it, I swear I did. But we all wound up snowed in the following morning, and it ended up in the drawer of an end table. I don't know if you've ever been snowed in during a Chicago winter, but when this happens, they tend to send out these huge monolithic snowplows that push all the snow into mountains on top of the parked cars, none of which will be capable of moving an inch for at least 2 days. The day was rather uneventful, but as nightfall approached, I was taken by the eerie notion that someone was watching me through my living room window. I kept glancing toward it, expecting to see someone peering in at me, despite the fact that I live on the 3rd floor and my living room window faces the street. After a while, I shook off the notion, and I believe I went to sleep around 11. Around 1 a.m., I was awoken by what sounded like a mechanical device humming loudly and assumed it to be my heater, possibly being overworked due to the snowstorm. I stood up and put my ear next to the vent, but the sound wasn't coming from there. I walked into the living room to check the settings on my thermostat, and immediately, every hair on my body stood at full attention. The sound was coming from the direction of my living room window, and as I turned to look, I caught a ghastly image of a solid white face with a wide smile and dark eye sockets on the other side of the glass. I quickly turned on the light and the face disappeared. The mechanical droning noise seemed to recede. Had it all been my imagination, I wondered? When I was younger, I once had an episode of sleep paralysis where I witnessed a tree devouring my neighbor's dog through a bedroom window. But when I came out of it, the tree was back to normal, and the dog was perfectly fine. Had this been something similar? Nevertheless, I hardly slept the rest of the night. I kept thinking I was hearing that deep mechanical drone somewhere in the distance. By the next night, I had regained my wits and fell asleep in my bed sometime around midnight. I awoke once again, terrified to the sound of the same mechanical drone as the previous night, but this time much louder. As I sat up in bed, I saw the ghastly white face with sunken eyes on the other side of the window near the foot of my bed, no more than 3 feet from where I lay sleeping. It had no neck, no arms, no torso, nothing. It seemed to just float there above the streetlights below, emanating that horrible humming sound. I instinctively grabbed the drapes and pulled them closed, but the sound continued. Remembering what had happened the night before, I ran to the lights and flipped the switch. The noise slowly faded, but I was too afraid to open the drapes for the rest of the night. The next morning, I was still unable to get to work due to my car being frozen beneath a 7-foot pile of ice, but I absolutely had to get out of that apartment. I thought that if the face was going to come back, that I would have to be ready for it somehow. I went to a sporting goods store in the neighborhood and purchased a box of ammo for the .22 range pistol I hadn't used in years. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I also bought some caffeine tablets and a bag of coffee. Before nightfall, I set up camp in my living room with the pistol and a coffee pot, took one of the caffeine tablets, and rigged up a portable audio recorder that I sometimes use for work. I don't own a camera, and my cell phone's video function had not been working for months, so the best I can do was attempt to snap photos in the dark with the cell if the face appeared again. It showed itself around 3 in the morning. I was beginning to crash from all the caffeine when I began to hear the droning sound approaching from the distance. I readied my gun in one hand and my cell phone in the other, but the face didn't appear at the window. I began to wonder if perhaps the face was outside the bedroom window, and as I snuck through the dark toward the door, the sound seemed to get louder. However, as I entered the room, the door slammed and locked behind me, and I heard glass shattering in the living room. Suddenly, the apartment was filled with the noise of things being smashed, thrown, and torn to pieces. The droning noise was deafeningly loud, and I covered one ear and turned my head away as I clawed at the doorknob with my other hand, but it simply would not open. It was as if the lock had been welded shut. After about 30 seconds of this, I raised my foot and smashed the door open with 2 kicks. Immediately, the crashing in the living room stopped, but the room itself had been completely torn to pieces. And as I looked above the debris at the shattered window, I saw the face one last time, staring at me from the other side of my demolished Venetian blinds. It opened its mouth, exposing a wide, dark cavern that looks of which I hope to never see again. And that horrible sound got louder and louder as I snapped a single photograph of my camera, and the flash went off. Then in an instant, the face was gone. All I have to prove my story is a single blurry photograph and the audio taken by my portable recorder in those last few minutes. But the thing about it that disturbed me the most is the corner of the wooden board with the painting of the moon was sitting on top of the debris in the exact center of the room, and the face had been altered so that the expression was identical to what I had just seen in the window pane with the wide, gaping, cavernous mouth. I buried it in the woods the following morning.
I like her. I really like her. I've liked her for a long time now. I've moved here 4 years ago, and every day since my life has revolved around her. I don't want to sound obsessed, but I want her in every way possible one can want someone. I want to know her inside and out. I want to hear her voice every day, all the time. I want to smell her scent for ages and never let another smell bother my preoccupied nose. Maybe. Maybe I am obsessed, but I can't help it. She has given me a reason to keep moving forward. I watch her every day as she walks to the bus. I wake up at 5 o'clock just to make sure I'll be there in time to see her. I love the way she walks, so calm and relaxed. She's not a morning person, but she still smiles as she passes me on the street. I think she thinks that I'm waiting for a different bus to come. If only she knew. She was the only reason I was here every day. I observe her through her living room window in the front of her house as she watches television and plays games with her family. I want to be in there with her. Her mother cooks the most amazing meals I've ever seen. Her little brother gets on her nerves because he tries to gross her out all the time. Her father is strict and sometimes she feels like she can't be herself around him. I would let her be whoever she wanted, if only she were mine to have. I know her favorite color is light blue. I know her best friend's name is Joan. I know her. I wish she could see that. It drives me crazy to see her every day, and the only communication we have is a slight smile and wave. I want more than that. I need more than that. What's this? There's a man walking with her today. What is a man doing beside her this morning? They're not holding hands, but she's laughing and smiling. Is he her boyfriend? No, I'm supposed to be her boyfriend. She didn't even acknowledge me today. I'm hurt, almost devastated. This can't be. No man should ever be beside her if it isn't me. What should I do? Should I confess my love to her? Should I find that man and wring his neck so she can never talk to him again? She's mine. Doesn't she know that? She's always been mine. I know her better than any one of her friends and family. I've studied her for years, and yet my worst fear is standing right in front of me. I'm watching her fall in love with someone who isn't me. No, wait. She's not falling in love. I can see it in her smile. She's faking it. She must be faking it. This man, he's trapped her. She needs my help. She needs to be free. She needs to be with me. How dare he try to take away my love from me? I will find him, and I will free her from his grasp. Then we can be together again, loving each other from afar. She loves me, you know. I know it. We have this connection that cannot be broken by some fancy man in a suit. I feel it stronger than I ever have before. She is mine just as much as I am hers. And we will be together until the day we die. I'm following my love at the park. She has that man beside her again. I'm trailing behind them, just a little ways away. They haven't noticed me yet. They're laughing again. But I know it's all fake. He's kidnapped my girl from me. His arm is moving to her shoulder now. My blood is boiling. He's trying to touch her. He's trying to touch my girl. I can't think. I need to save her. She loves me, you know. She needs to be free. I grab a large rock from the ground. I run to the disgusting pervert and smash his head in until his screaming stops. I have blood all over me. I'm sitting on his lifeless body now. I look up at my girl with a smile ear to ear. screaming? Why is she screaming? I saved her. Now we can be together again. What's wrong with her? She's running from me. My heart is breaking. Why? Why is she running from me? I can't let her go. She loves me, you know. She must be so happy that I saved her. She just can't contain herself. I run after her. I scream for her to stop. I scream that I love her. I can hear her crying. Oh no. Why is she crying? Maybe she got startled when I jumped from behind them. I'm catching up to her. She's running faster than I have ever seen. She's running right into a root from a tree. She does not see it there. She falls to the ground. I'm finally with her now. She's crying so hard. I want to make her better. I kneel down to her and wipe the tears from her eyes. The touch of her skin is more euphoric than I had imagined. I feel the spark between us ignite. I tell her I love her, and I know she loves me too. She doesn't say anything. She doesn't say a word. She looks so beautiful as I run my hands down her cheeks. I can't believe this is reality. I want to know her inside and out. I run my hands down to her neck. She's looking up at me with her wondrous green eyes. What's that? I hear her telling me to grip tighter. I start to tighten my grip around her neck. I feel her warm skin against my hands. This is the moment I have been waiting for so long. I keep telling her I love her. She's gasping for air. She's grabbing onto my arms now and squeezing. I look at her longingly. She's everything I've ever wanted. She knows that I am her savior. She knows that we were meant to be. She's telling me to grip even harder now. I began to squeeze with all my might. I can feel her airwaves give in. She's not even wheezing anymore. I see her skin start to become pale. This is what she wanted. She told me this was the only way we could be together forever. She didn't want to risk another man stealing her away. She wanted this because she loves me, you know. I lift her lifeless body into my arms. Look at my beautiful girl. No one could ever compare to the love we share. I lean in and kissed her cold lips. Now, we will know each other inside and out.
It started not too long ago, the night I came out of St. Joseph's Abbey, dressed as one of the groomsmen, and not as a groomsman. That day, the sun had not shown itself, and the rain had been threatening to fall. The night was just as gloomy, moonless and starless, or so it seemed to me. My sister made note of how the yellow lights of the lamps outside the abbey glistened prettily and happily against the crystal earrings the bride wore. But I saw no such glistening, though I do remember the racket of sounds of children playing, women laughing, and the men shouting congratulations in the procession that followed the newlywed. And the music. The music I remember the most because it was getting on my nerves. Off they went, and I pictured the day I met both of them, cramped in a line to see a show. I was alone and they were together, but they still made conversation. We were all surprised to see we were assigned seats next to each other. What did I think of her then? I can't know. but I can guess based on what I think of her now. The one thing that is clear is that I felt strongly. The other groomsmen started walking to the pub we had selected for the after-party drinks, and I told them I would catch up, though I had no intentions of doing so. As I walked the streets back to my apartment, it happened for the first time. That first face, I could not tell the gender, probable age, or even skin color. It was a dark, amorphous shadow that emerged from a brick wall on the other side of the street, vivid and three-dimensional. Its eyeless face gave me nightmares that night, and I heard its silent screams in my dreams. It stayed with me in a way that few other things have, though it was only there for a little more than a second. The second time was in the following night. Most times, I sleep on my side, facing the window on the right wall of my bedroom. But that night, I felt like something watched me. Shivers went down my spine, and I turned in a frightened reflex. I saw a face coming out of the ceiling above me, staring like a blurred photograph. I still could not distinguish features, but its long hair hung from the head, moving softly with a breeze that came in through my opened window. I stared at it, and it stared back for several minutes. During that time, all of my muscles were tense. I seemed to lose my voice, and in the many times I opened my mouth to try to scream, nothing came out. Each time I did, the face also opened its mouth, mirroring my dumbfounded movements. And then, just like that, it was gone. The third time, I did not see them, but I heard them. Their voices came from my bedroom. They spoke while I was washing dishes after work, and would stop every time I turned off the faucet to discern what they were saying. I slept on the couch that night, and every other night that week. August 18th, 2018. We were all sitting around the groom's laptop as we looked at their honeymoon pictures. The couple told funny stories, and the people who had been groomsmen and bridesmaids laughed. Their happiness was intoxicating, in the sense that it made me numb and dizzy. When they showed a picture of the bride topless at the beach by accident, I crumbled inside. Resentment filled me. I returned home, drunk and senseless. So much that I had somehow forgotten my own misery, and was even slightly happy. But that night, those faces, they spoke again. Their voices came from under my bed. The first phrases I did not understand, as I was still waking. Their tones were sibilant, like a conspirator's whispers. And then I made out. Would you just please tell me? Tell you what? I asked, my voice shaking. And again, the damn things had decided to be silent. I wondered what to do for what seemed like hours. That, in reality, were certainly just minutes. I pictured that bodies were beneath my bed, buried under it. I wondered whether, every night I rested on top of a grave. When my hands instinctively reached behind me, looking for a gravestone, I began to picture hands of a shadow coming to pull my blankets and eventually my own skin until I was bare. I imagined an enormous skull floating down from the ceiling, the jaw open to bite me, to swallow me. Still, I stepped out of bed, expecting to see rotting arms reaching to grab my ankles. But I saw no such thing. Then I got to the floor to look into the darkness, expecting to see the horrors of creation. But I saw no such thing. I only saw 2 pairs of eyes glowing among shadow, wide and huge. I could not speak until one of the faces spoke. "Why are you staring at me like that?" October 15th, 2018. After they spoke to me for the first time, they awoke nightmares in me, nightmares of a likeness that I had never experienced before. I saw many things every night. I saw dark corridors leading to black tunnels. I saw toolboxes, plastic bags, towels. I saw living rooms and basements with furniture all broken and astray. They were all still, all simple, but that somehow still evoked such a sense of dread that it even made me wake from the severity of my shivers. I did not see the faces in these dreams, but I knew that they were there, right behind me at all times, always looking, always staring at the back of my neck. And then it happened, slowly and gradually, but it happened. I became numb to it all. I became used to being stared at, and I became used to the dreadful stillness of my nightmares. They began to allure me into their concepts and images, to entice my feelings, until they gradually turned into irresistible and visceral fantasies. Each night, I went a little farther, one step at a time. I walked the tunnels and corridors. I broke one piece of furniture at a time. I used one tool at a time and cleaned the resulting mess with one towel at a time. I think the one time I went the farthest was when I realized the faces also had bodies. They had bodies all along. I just had not realized until that moment. My realization did not happen in a dream, though. It happened in a real basement at the end of a dark corridor, while I held real tools. A drill and a hammer, to be specific. The bride stared at me, tied to a chair that was about to be broken. "Would you please just tell me?" she asked between sobs. "Why are you doing this?" I turned my own face from the tortured, bloody body of the groom that laid on the floor. I think at that point, he was still alive. I wondered how many towels that mess would take. Then I looked at the bride with my own set of huge, widened eyes. "Why are you staring at me like that?" she asked. No crimes, I thought as I turned on the drill and heard her screams of desperation. Just fantasies. Fantasies as visceral as her screams.
I jumped in my car. I was on my way to see Rick, my best friend. He lives across town, and I haven't seen him in weeks. But today's his birthday, and we made plans to celebrate. He's been acting strange since Zeta, the girl he met in a chat room, moved in. And she moved in that first night with nothing but the clothes on her back. That was almost 2 months ago. Yeah, I was like, better watch yourself, Rick. We hung out every Friday, rocking beats, playing pool, slinging darts, and working on the '78 Firebird he owned. Our plan was to fix it and drive cross-country to Miami. I first met Zeta on a Friday about a week after she moved in. On that night, things started out smooth. We got the grill going, threw in some burgers, but I noticed Zeta eating hers raw. Bun and raw patty, that's it. Not something I see often, but I paid it no mind. I'd left and came back with a cake. We sung happy birthday and Rick blew out the candle. We ate cake and began talking. Zeta started a conversation centered on cannibalism of all things. I lost my desire for the velvet cake fast. It got heated when I said I had no interest in such despicable and perverse things. She took offense, calling me small-minded and bigoted.
You're a small-minded bigot.
I laughed at her remark. She stormed off and Rick went after her. An argument broke out between them in the bedroom. I picked up my things and yelled out to Rick that I'd call him soon. Since that night, he hasn't answered my calls or returned my messages. But it's his birthday, and we're celebrating no matter what. His house was in a secluded area off-road. I parked my car, got out, and felt a cold chill shoot up my spine. Things were quiet, and his house was completely dark. I spotted his motorcycle. He never left without it. I saw his mailbox full of mail. The yard hadn't been cut. This isn't Rick. His OCD wouldn't allow it. Something's wrong. Rick's in trouble. Rick and I are fans of The Walking Dead, so for his birthday, I made him a custom Lucille bat like Negan's. Lucy and Ricky just made sense together. I grabbed it from the back seat and took it out the box. I also took out glow stick necklaces I bought at the dollar store. I cracked all 10 and hung them around my neck. I crouched as I headed towards the door. I looked in through the door's window and saw nothing. It wasn't locked, so I proceeded to open it. "Ricky, I'm home," I slyly thought to myself as we crossed the threshold. A rotting musky scent greeted my nostrils. The place was a mess. Clearly a struggle had taken place. My heart began to race. Ricky's aquarium, a graveyard of poor starved fish. The home was fairly large, but the threat of danger had me taking steps slow. Water was running down the steps, as if someone had left the bath running. My instincts guided me to the basement, and that's where I found Rick. Poor bastard was gagged and tied to a chair. Unconscious, but still alive. A tourniquet was tied above his left knee. A chunk of his calf had been cut out. To my right was a chair and a table, and on the table sat a hot plate and a pot. I lifted the lid off the pot and saw a stew with a piece of Rick's calf. My thoughts turned to Zeta and her nefarious conversation about cannibalism. At that precise moment, a loud scream bellowed behind me. I turned around to see Zeta almost on top of me, holding a knife. Before I could react, she planted it right into my left shoulder. I wailed in agony as I pushed her off me. She fell down, hitting her head with a loud thump against the ground. She was out cold, so I grabbed Rick, Lucille, and headed towards my car. I got Rick in, and as I made my way to the driver's side, Zeta emerged in the doorway. She came at me again, but this time I grabbed Lucy with both hands in a firm grip. And with all the strength I could muster, even with my injury, I took a mighty swing and landed a deadly blow to Zeta's head. She dropped lifeless to the ground, and I sped off to the ER. After questioning by the police, they searched the entire property, but no sign of Zeta. Rick and I made the trip to Miami a few weeks later. Poor bastard, he's using those creepy, dangerous chat rooms again.
I suffer from schizophrenia. Before you jump to any conclusions about me, before that word, schizophrenia, flashes its stigma and makes you think of serial killers, mass shooters and the like, let me dispel a few things. I am not Norman Bates. I am not Ted Bundy. As a matter of fact, most sufferers of this illness shy away from violence. I do not have multiple personalities. Dissociative identity disorder is a completely different condition than what I have. Most of the time, I'm just like you. I go to work. I watch television. I read books, listen to music, indulge my hobbies, and spend time with people I love. I just occasionally see and hear things that aren't really there. When this happens, when I hallucinate or hear voices, I refer to these episodes as experiencing interference. 'Cause that is how it feels to me. They are interruptions in my everyday life. It's also a good way for me to signal to someone I trust, who knows about my condition, that I'm in the midst of an episode without having to use that word. I simply tell them, I'm sorry, there's some interference happening, and they understand. Not everyone is understanding. My father was one of those people. I was diagnosed at a very young age. I was only 6 when a child psychiatrist reluctantly wrote schizophrenia onto my diagnostic chart. It's not a diagnosis assigned lightly, especially to children. Most people with this illness don't begin displaying symptoms until the late teens or early 20s. I was 6. However, in a weird way, I considered this a blessing. I've never had to experience the jamming phenomenon of living a normal life, to suddenly having the carpet pulled beneath my feet. Better to be born blind than lose your sight later in life. I've never known anything else. This has also given me a long time to come to terms with my illness and to learn to live with it. I take medication, and as long as I stay on them, most of my days are just as boring and mundane as everyone else's. Mild episodes will always happen, but the big ones, the ones raging on the scale 8 or above, are few and far between. The most difficult thing about living with schizophrenia is not always being able to tell what is real from what is not. Sometimes it's very clear. If I see a purple elephant riding a tricycle through my living room, I can pretty much assume that it isn't real, and not to give it much thought. The ones that get to me are the more subtle ones. Answering a phone that wasn't ringing, responding to someone calling my name when there was no one, attempting to sit on a chair that's not really there. This sort of thing can be extremely embarrassing when they happen in public. So I tend to stay away from most people. I know I come across as creepy to some, strange. It's like they know there's something off about me, but just can't pinpoint what it is. Another annoying thing about this illness are the delusions. I have been fortunate though. I haven't been plagued by delusions the way some schizophrenics are. I don't believe the government has planted a chip in my brain, or that I have been abducted by aliens. I don't buy into conspiracy theories or anything like that. However, there is always that danger. I'm always afraid of going off the deep end that way, so I avoid anything that might trigger it. Sometimes all it takes for a simple idea to take root, a word, a phrase. It's not always purple elephants. Oftentimes, it's something much worse. One thing I avoid above all else is religion. I don't mean that to sound disrespectful to anyone who is religious. A common delusion for schizophrenics to fall into the belief that they are hearing the voice of God, or that their hallucinations are actually angels or demons, trying to show them visions. I've even had well-meaning people tell me that I'm not mentally ill at all, that I'm gifted. I can see into the spiritual realm, whereas others cannot. Of course, that's ridiculous. This is not a gift. Yet, I do fear someday believing it. Who wouldn't want to believe that they are special that way? I suppose that's why it's such a common thing. Yet, it's very dangerous thinking. As appealing as the notion of being chosen by God is, the reality is that I have an illness. It isn't pretty. It isn't romantic. It just is. Besides that, I don't have such a great track record with religion. My father, I mentioned him earlier, was a Southern Baptist preacher in the backwoods of Louisiana, where I grew up. He was a devout Christian and held his family, myself included, to strict standards. we were examples for the community, and he took that position very seriously, in public anyway. Behind closed doors, things were quite different. My father drank heavily and had a hellfire and brimstone temper. It went even beyond that, however. There was a meanness in him, a side the rest of the congregation never saw. He revelled in his position of power over his followers, and that bled heavily into our home life. We weren't his family, we were his flock. You see this scar across the corner of my mouth? That was delivered with a strip of barbed wire. I could show you my arm, and my back as well. But I keep these covered, no matter the weather. I'm always in long sleeves. Having a schizophrenic son was not news my father took well. At first he didn't believe there was such a thing. He was convinced I was behaving this way for attention, claiming to see things that weren't real. Then it got more sinister. My father became seized with the idea that I was in fact possessed. My hallucinations were satanic visions. I was hearing the voice of the devil, and that's when I stopped being human in my father's eyes. I was no longer his son. I was a thing to be tormented whenever he saw fit. He derived a sick pleasure in not just the physical torture, the beatings, the burns, the chokings, the cuts, but the psychological torture as well. He stopped calling me by my name, and instead used nicknames like Schizo, or his personal favourite, Hellspawn. He enjoyed taking advantage of my fragile psychological state. He would say or do things he knew would trigger an episode, and then use that as further evidence that I was filled with the devil. One day, when I was about 7, he came home in a drunken stupor, as usual. But this time he clutched something in his hand as he staggered through the front door. At first I thought it was some sort of dead rodent, but when he brought it into the light, it was clear. It was a teddy bear, torn in places, with matted fur and bald spots. In his gravelly, slurred voice, he tossed it at my face and said, "Here you go, Hellspawn. Pulled that out of the dumpster for you. Mind you watch out. It's got a mind of its own." With that, he plopped on the sofa and passed out. Mind of its own. That's all it took. That simple phrase. A seed was planted. I regarded the haggard thing my father had thrown at me. It stank. I believed him when he said he pulled it from the garbage. My first inclination was just to throw it away. In a few hours my father would probably not even remember giving it to me, and would never miss it. But what if he did? What if he got angry that I tossed it out? Hanging on to the smelly, rotten, stuffed animal seemed more appealing than whatever punishment my father might inflict on me. So I took it up to my room. This was most likely some sort of mind game. He wanted to see how long he could make me keep this thing, make me sleep with it, make me take it to school, make me eat meals with it. As his petty torments went, this seemed pretty mild, so I figured I could take it. It was just an old bear after all. But those words kept seeping into my brain. Mind of its own. I began to regard the bear with suspicion. When I was 7, I didn't have the discernment skills to be able to tell when a delusion or an episode was about to overtake me. I'm much older now, and I've lived with this for years. I now have coping skills and strategies I can use to combat things like this. But back then, I did not. I stared into the beady plastic eyes of the bear, and I could feel it staring back at me. It has a mind of its own. I threw the bear across the room. It landed face down on the wooden floor. I decided then that I wasn't going to take it into bed with me. I would just leave it there on the floor. I went to bed, and after what felt like hours of lying still with one eye fixed on the bear, I managed to fall asleep. I'm not sure how long I slept. It may have been a couple of hours, or just a few minutes. But I was awakened by a strange wooden sound. I say wooden, because it sounded like snapping twigs and creaking branches. When I opened my eyes, they were already pointed in the direction where the bear laid, still on the floor. But now it was changing. Its furry limbs twisted and lengthened in a jerking and unnatural way. That was the cracking noise I was hearing. Its arms and legs grew and jerked, lengthening and thinning like spider legs. Finally, it lifted its head from the floor. It was swollen to several times its original size, and distended across from fluffy ear to fluffy ear was a row of sharp teeth that dripped with drool. It opened its jaw and released a roar that shook the room. I felt its hot breath hit me in the face, and I bolted from the bed. I ran into the hall and headed for the stairs. Behind me, I could hear the sound of cracking wood as the thing lifted itself to its feet. I turned to look, and it scrambled behind me, walking on spindly legs, and using its spider-like arms to dig its claws into the opposite walls of the hallway to propel itself forward. The house rattled with its growls. As I reached the stairs, I slipped on the top step and tumbled to the bottom floor. I twisted my ankle in the process and couldn't get back to my feet. I looked up the stairs, and staggering its way down was this monstrosity. No longer a teddy bear, but a scarecrow-like thing, with the skin of a teddy bear stretched across its wooden skeleton. It opened its mouth again and spoke. "It's lovely out in the woods today, but safer to stay at home. For every bear that ever there was will gather there for certain, because today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic." I screamed and closed my eyes, sliding myself back across the floor like a slug. I began reciting a nursery rhyme that sometimes brought me comfort when I was having an episode. I tried to remind myself that this wasn't real. As I was going up the stairs, I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away. As I was going up the stairs, I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away. I whispered this to myself over and over. When I opened my eyes, I was in my mother's arms. She was shaking me and calling my name. I looked past her worried face and up toward the stairs. My father stood at the top, with the bear in his hands. "What's wrong with him now?" he said. "I'm not sure," she said. "I think he had another night terror." "Figures," my father said, in that familiar, dismissive tone. "Gonna chain you to the bed, boy, if you don't cut this shit out." He threw the bear at me again, and disappeared into the hallway. my mother carried me back up to bed. For the next few nights, this happened again and again. The bear would transform into the monster, chasing me, and my mother would find me in various places of the house, hiding in closets or in cabinets, shaking and reciting nursery rhymes. After the 6th night, my mother begged my father to let her get rid of the bear. She offered to burn it, bury it, whatever it took. My father just smugly smiled and said, "You'd burn a gift a father gave his son. How ungrateful." Somehow, my father was still more terrifying than anything my broken mind could invent. Even so, the constant disturbances during the night were wearing on him too. So he made good on his promise to restrain me to my bed. The 7th night, he tied me down with ropes and sat the bear square on my chest. "Sleep tight," he said as he closed my bedroom door. It wasn't long before I felt vibrations on my chest, as a low growl began to rise from the bear. Slowly, its mouth began to stretch across its face in a toothy, distended fashion. Immediately, I closed my eyes and began to recite the rhyme. Over my own voice, though. I could hear the crackling sound. It was growing again, transforming. I abandoned the rhyme and instead began to scream. I called for my mother. I struggled and strained against the ropes until they began to cut into my wrists, and I felt the blood trickle down my arm. I could hear voices in the hall. My mother first. "Let me go to him! Please! He's having a nightmare!" Then my father. "Stop babying him! He's driving us all crazy as he is. You want a stop to it? I'll make it stop!" What happened next is a blurry mix of hallucination and reality. To this day, I'm not quite sure what actually transpired. I remember my father bursting into my bedroom. I remember the door flinging open and crashing against the wall behind. I remember the crackling noise the bear made as it grew. I remember the bear's voice. "Today's the day the teddy bears have their picnic." There was a scream, but not my own this time. My eyes were clenched tightly shut, and I just kept repeating, "As I was going up the stairs, I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. I wish he'd go away." There were growls and roars, crashes, the sound of ripping flesh and screaming. Then silence. Finally, my mother came in. She saw me tied to the bed and ran to me, frantically removing the ropes from my bloody wrists. My father was nowhere to be seen. The bear lied face down on the wooden floor, as it had the first night when I'd thrown it aside. After attending to my wounds and making sure I was all right, my mother asked me, "Where's your father?" I looked up at her and simply shook my head. That was nearly 30 years ago. The community assumed that my father must have wandered away in a drunken stupor and had some sort of accident. There was a search in the nearby woods, but nothing was ever found. I still have the teddy bear. Never since that night has it ever transformed again. It's just a bear. Just an old worn teddy with dead plastic eyes and balding fur. When I first saw it, it frightened me, but I was just a child then. And now I understand that it was all a delusion brought on by my illness. However, for reasons I can't quite describe, I have a certain respect for this old thing. Sometimes, the scariest things in this world are just misunderstood. Sort of like me. After all of us have a mind of our own.
The real Scream Queen. Todd finally found a place in Los Angeles he could afford. It was an old rundown building on the edge of a park, 10 stories high, without an elevator. But he was up to the challenge, and going up and down those 10 stories would keep him in shape. Move-in day was horrific. He hadn't really considered how to get his stuff up there. But with a lot of friends and multiple shifts with a dash of energy drink, anything is possible. Wiped out, he sprawled on his couch, checking out the magnificent view. He'd finally had the guts to come to Hollywood to go after his acting dream, and he couldn't have been happier. Well, a girlfriend would be nice, but maybe one day. Todd felt stiff and worn out. It was late and his eyes closed, when an ear-shattering scream jolted him awake. He rushed to his feet, out his door towards the opposite apartment. Another scream came from within. Without much thought, he banged on the door. He backed up, preparing to barrel it down with his shoulder. As his momentum propelled him forward, the door opened. He caught himself quickly, taking in a beautiful young blonde.
Hey,
she whispered cutely. You okay? He threw back, taken by her calm.
it was a spider.
Todd stepped back, relieved. What type of spider?
A golden orb.
Huh? He knew that spider. Out of the hundreds of species of spiders he didn't know, she picked pretty much the only one he did. An Australian spider he had met on vacation a few months back. We have golden orbs in California? She shook her head.
Nah, it's for a movie.
Todd was confused. Picking up on it, she smiled and motioned him in. Inside was a microphone stand, surrounded by egg cartons. On a large TV screen was a golden orb spider. Todd could tell it was some kind of recording studio setup, and by judging the wall of awards, he knew she was great at whatever she did. What's it for?
I specialize in screaming.
Screaming?
For film, TV, radio. If people need a scream, they come to me. Tonight, I'm in Australia. Tomorrow night, I get to run from aliens.
She could tell he was genuinely interested, so she gave him the rundown.
Every scream has a nuance. Every scream has to fit just right, or it won't feel real.
That night they talked into the early hours of the morning. He was drawn to her every word, and when it came time to say goodnight, he left reluctantly. He woke up at 2 in the afternoon. He had slept really well and wanted to see her again right away, but didn't want to come off like a stalker. So he ran down the stairs and went for a long jog. As he walked along the hallway to his place, she peeked out of her door. She had a huge assignment, was going to be busy for the entire week, but hoped they can get together when it was done. He admired her dedication, and it made him like her even more. That week he went about his life outside of the building, but every night, after climbing up those 10 stories and catching his breath, he sat in his room listening to her scream. He began to really understand those nuances. On Saturday night, Todd's friends came over. As they sat there, her screaming started again. His friends were noticeably alarmed. As they rushed to their feet, Todd couldn't help but to chuckle. After stopping them, he told them all about her, that she was a scream queen. They could tell how keen on her he was. With a finger to his lips, he asked for silence. She screamed again. That, he said, is her running from a vicious killer. And that is her desperately calling for help. And that is her last breath knowing help isn't coming. Todd smiled, confident he knew her nuances. His friends left in the early hours of the morning and he crashed. Banging jolted him awake. Todd, dreary, opened his door. 2 police officers stood there. Behind them, Todd saw others in the apartment across the hall analyzing streaks of blood.
Sir, do you know your neighbor?
He nodded.
Did you hear her screaming last night?
He nodded again.
And you didn't think to call anyone?
He later found out she died viciously. She had been chased to her door where she desperately cried for help. If only Todd had realized. Todd sat alone in his apartment, numb. There was only one thing he wanted to do now. Scream.
My parents constantly try to explain to me how sick he is. That I'm lucky for having a brain where all the chemicals flow properly to their destinations, like undammed rivers. When I complain about how bored I am without a little brother to play with, they try to make me feel bad by pointing out that his boredom likely far surpasses mine, considering his confinement to a dark room in an institution. I always beg for them to give him one last chance. Of course they did, at first. Charlie has been back home several times, each in shorter duration than the last. Every time without fail, it all starts again. The neighborhood cats with gouged out eyes showing up in his toy chest. My dad's razors, found dropped on the baby slide in the park across the street. Mom's vitamins, replaced by bits of dishwasher tablets. My parents are hesitant now, using last chances sparingly. They say his disorder makes him charming, makes it easy for him to fake normalcy, and to trick the doctors who care for him into thinking he's ready for rehabilitation, that I will just have to put up with my boredom if it means staying safe from him. I hate it when Charlie has to go away. It makes me have to pretend to be good until he is back. I used to live in a small building downtown. One of the reasons I moved out was the bad neighborhood, including the guy in the apartment right over mine. He was a weird-looking guy who kind of kept to himself. Around midnight, though, there was frequently a strange noise that got on my nerves. To be fair, it wasn't loud, but I'm a really light sleeper, so it was hard to keep my eyes shut with those little bumping sounds going on and on. It reminded me of high heels walking around, but not as loud, as if the person causing the noise was actually trying to be quiet. After a few days, I realized the pattern was always the same, like a recording played over and over with random intervals in between, and that went on for the better part of a year. Always the same sequence of bumps, slowly tattooed into my mind. Sometimes for hours straight during the night. It was only several years later, helping my daughter with her homework, that I learned a little bit of Morse code. She knocked on the table with her knuckles, and a shiver immediately went through my spine as I recognized that exact pattern. When I asked her what it meant, she said, "It's the easiest one, Daddy. It's the one to call for help." "Please, I'm literally begging you," I say, but the executioner only sighs and gives me a truly sorrowful look as he slides the IV into my arm. The chaplain sits beside me. Once he pushes the button, the drugs will be administered in quick succession. Unconsciousness will occur in roughly 30 seconds, and death soon after that. he explains, even though I have heard it so many times before already.
Any final words? Just, again, I beg you not to do this,
I say. The chaplain nods sadly, sorrowful that I do not face my executioner with a clean conscience. That's the thing, though. I haven't murdered anyone. It's been this way my entire life. I don't know why, but whenever I would accidentally hurt myself, others around me would receive the wound. I once got a paper cut in class, and it caused 3 people around me to bleed from their fingers. In high school, I was in a car accident, and even though my side of the car was hit, my girlfriend developed a broken leg. I was always very careful. I took care of myself, trying to stay in the very best of health. But when I was mugged by that trio and he shot me in the face, their faces exploded, not mine. And when the cops came, they found me kneeling beside their bodies, trying to figure out what to do, and stupidly holding their gun. Around 30 seconds after the execution started, I see both the executioner and chaplain fall to the floor with a hard thump.
I begged you,
I repeated sadly. Julia knew she was smart. She was one of those clever children, the kind of child who figures out early on that parents aren't all powerful and all-knowing. The first time she realized this was when she got scared. There had been a noise in her room coming from under her bed or from the closet, and Julia ran down the hall crying.
Mommy! Daddy!
What's wrong, honey?
I heard a monster.
Julia glubbed. She expected them to comfort her or roll their eyes or get annoyed. Instead, they jumped up immediately and raced to her bedroom, where they checked under the bed, inspected the closet, and tested the window lock. They poked, prodded, and scoured every inch. Julia caught on quickly. She knew what they were doing. By taking her fears seriously, they were showing their little girl that she was safe and loved. They had probably read about it in some book. But the lesson Julia learned was that she had power. Thereafter, waking her parents became a nightly event. Julia would scream and cry. They would rush to her bedroom, and Julia would hide her grin behind tears. But not once did they ever complain. One night she could stand it no longer, and she burst out laughing when Daddy fell down while examining the light fixture, as if a monster could fit up there.
What's so funny?
He asked, rubbing his backside.
You?
Julia smirked.
You always believe me.
Daddy wasn't angry. He just looked at Mommy.
Once,
he said quietly.
Just once, we didn't believe your brother.
And Julia, an only child, did not sleep well that night. We bought an old house, my boyfriend and I. He's in charge of the new construction, converting the kitchen into the master bedroom, for instance, while I'm on wallpaper duty. The previous owner wallpapered every wall and ceiling. Removing it is brutal, but oddly satisfying. The best feeling is getting a long peel, similar to when your skin is peeling from a sunburn. I don't know about you, but I kind of make a game of peeling, on the hunt for the longest piece before it rips. Under a corner section of paper in every room is a person's name and a date. After a while, curiosity got the best of me one night when I Googled one of the person's names and discovered the person was actually a missing person. The missing date, matching the date under the wallpaper. The next day, I made a list of all the names and dates. Sure enough, each name was for a missing person with dates to match. We notified the police, who sent out a crime scene team. I overheard one tech say,
"Yep, it's human."
Human? What's human?
Ma'am, where's the material you moved from the walls already? This isn't wallpaper you were removing.
He had been given the watch on his 10th birthday. It was an ordinary gray plastic wristwatch, in every respect except for the fact that it was counting down. This is all of the time you have left in the world, son. Use it wisely. And he did. As the watch ticked away, the boy, now a man, lived life to the fullest. He climbed mountains and swam oceans. He talked and laughed and lived and loved. The man was never afraid, for he knew exactly how much time he had left. Eventually, the watch began its final countdown. The old man stood looking over everything he had done, everything he had built. 5. He shook hands with his old business partner, the man who had long been his friend and confidant. 4. His dog came and licked his hand, earning a pat on the head for its companionship. 3. He hugged his son, knowing he had been a good father. 2. He kissed his wife on the forehead, one last time. 1. The old man smiled and closed his eyes. Then, nothing happened. The watch beeped once and turned off. The man stood standing there very much alive. You would think that in that moment, he would have been overjoyed. Instead, for the first time in his life, the man was scared.
My father owns a small delivery service that operates out of Farmington, New Mexico. We mostly deliver small packages out to the middle of nowhere that are too much of a hassle for a larger delivery company. One day, we get a delivery out to Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Reservation, about 2 hours from Farmington. My dad gets the call for the job while he's chilling with his friend that happens to be a Navajo. Me, my dad, and his friend load up and make our way out to the job. We are somewhere on the highway between Window Rock and Gallup, New Mexico. It had just rained earlier in that day, and the road was kind of slick, so we were taking it pretty slow. On the left of the highway, there is nothing but sandstone cliffs, and on the right there is a huge field, separated from the road by a small barbed wire fence. We crest the top of this hill, and down at the bottom of the hill, we see what appears to be a very large dog, sitting back on its haunches in the middle of the road, facing the cliffs. My dad says to his friend, "Hey, Travis, do you see that big-ass dog?" Travis starts yelling back, "That's not a dog. Speed up right now and hit it." He sounded almost hysterical. He just keeps screaming, "Hit it! JJ, you have to hit it. Please, please, hit it right now." So my dad starts to speed up, and as we get a bit closer, I can begin to see that it's clearly not a dog. It is covered in this brown, wiry, matted hair that appears to have dried blood all over it. It is still facing the cliffs, but the moment our headlights hit it, it turns and looks at us. It has a face. I don't know how else to describe it other than a mix between a bear's face and a human's. It looked twisted and distorted, as if it was in pain. As we get closer to this thing, we start to realize that it's actually really big. Though it's still sitting on its haunches, it is about shoulder height with the hood of the truck. We literally get inches from hitting it when it lets out this scream that sounds like someone screaming with their lungs filled with water. It leapt backwards towards the field, landing on our side of the barbed wire fence. Then, with another leap, it was gone from sight. Travis kept telling my dad, "We have to get out of here. We have to go faster." He kept repeating that the whole way. Pretty soon, we are speeding like crazy, and just as we're starting to come near the outskirts of Gallup, we get pulled over. The officer asked my dad why he felt the need to speed on this road. His friend with us told him that we just saw a skinwalker. The officer immediately turns pale and tells us to take it slowly. He then leaves and drives off. We do the same. A couple of years ago, I purchased some night vision goggles with my Christmas bonus from work. I wanted to try them out, so I drove to the nearest forest to see what kind of nightlife I could find there. I drove about 20 minutes away to a local running park where I would occasionally run. I waited pretty late into the night before I went out and tested out my goggles. It was about 1:30 or 2 in the morning before I went and drove out to the park. I drove out and parked my car in the parking lot and hiked my way out deep into the woods. I hiked my way about 5 minutes into the woods using a flashlight when I decided that this would be the perfect place to turn the light off and to test out my goggles. I turned on my goggles and I was able to see the whole landscape with a bright green glow. The goggles were amazing. I was able to see so many animals in the night that I had no idea I was there, thanks to the cover of night. I wanted to increase my vantage point, so I decided to climb up this tree that was a couple of yards off the path. Little did I know that this would save my life. I was about 12 to 15 feet high in the tree when I heard a noise off in the distance. At the time, I thought it was a deer, so I stopped climbing and I looked eagerly off into the distance where I heard the sound. To my frustration, I didn't see anything other than just a couple of trees. I was about to start climbing up into the tree higher when I saw something flash through the trees. It was about 30 yards away, and I was not able to see clearly what it was, but I knew that it was not an animal. I couldn't see the figure clearly because it was obscured by the trees, but then I realized what was happening. At that moment, a man in a hoodie stuck his head out from behind a tree. The man was slowly creeping through the woods, not wanting to be seen. He crept slowly closer and closer from tree to tree, slowly peering out from time to time. When the man was about 10 yards away, I was able to see that he was holding something in his hand. It was a huge buck knife. I tried to think rationally on what to do and why the man was out in the woods with a knife. For a brief moment, I thought maybe he was a night hunter hunting with a knife, but what would he be hunting? Then I realized that when I pulled into the parking lot to park my car, as I was walking into the woods, a car pulled in behind me. The man was trying to track me, but then I realized it was because I turned off my light that he was not able to see me anymore. I was completely exposed by sitting on this tree limb. I thought that maybe if I could put the tree in between me and the man that he would not see me, but I was too afraid to move, thinking that he would be able to hear me. The man finally made his way to the tree that I was hiding in. He was hiding behind the tree, thinking that I was still on the ground, not knowing that I was only about 6 feet above his head. I held my breath for what felt like an eternity. I was not able to breathe again until I started to hear him walking further into the distance behind me. He was about 50 yards behind me when he turned on his flashlight. Thankfully at this time, I was able to shift my body so that the tree would be in between me and the man, knowing that he would most likely not be able to hear me. He searched the woods for about 20 more minutes when he made his way back, cussing the whole time. I stayed in that tree the rest of the night, hoping that the man would be long gone. Around 7:30 in the morning, when the sun was high enough, I was able to turn off my goggles and climb down. I carefully made my way to the parking lot, and to my relief, only my car was there. My car's tires had slashes in it, but still, I felt lucky that those slashes weren't in me. Me and a couple of friends wanted to have a fun time down at our lake house. The house was on an island in the middle of the lake, and we loved going out there every summer. It was the last 2 weeks of summer, and we wanted to get the most of our time down there, so we decided to do an impromptu trip down to our lake house. Now, it is important to know that this island shares 2 other houses with our house on this small island in the middle of the lake. It's about a 5-minute boat ride to get to our house. It was not likely that anyone was able to swim from the shore to our home. This is important for later in the story. We arrive at our lake house about 7:30 in the evening. We start a fire around 8:30 to 9 and start relaxing and having hot dogs. Come to around 11 o'clock at night, we're relaxing and just looking out into the lake, when someone in our group notices something about 50 yards out into the lake. I have to really squint to see what he's talking about, but when I see it, it looks to be like a human head floating out of the water. We speculate that it's like a duck or maybe a log poking out of the water at a weird angle. We don't think much about it, considering it's pretty far away and we can't really see it that well. Come to around midnight, someone notices that the object appears to be closer. Instead of being 50 yards out, it's more like 30. At this distance, we are able to see for sure that it is indeed a human head floating out of the water. The head floating out of the water appeared to look like the girl from The Ring. Everyone was on edge and decided to call it a night right then and there. We then put out the fire and all went inside into our house. We turned on the TV and played some video games for a couple of hours, and we forgot all about the incident. As we were getting ready for bed, one of my friends from the other side of the lake house lets out this blood-curdling scream. He comes running out into the living room, telling us that there was something at his window. We run into the room to investigate, but there was nothing there. We asked him more details about it, and he tells us that it looked a lot alike the head that was floating out of the water. We are all really freaked out by this, and we decide right then and there that we need to leave. As we make our way down to the dock where our boat is, we notice wet footprints leading from the lake to the house. We get on the boat and begin our way back, when one of my friends notices that one of the lights was left on at the lake house. We had to go back and turn off the light, considering the next time we would have been there would have been next summer. We turn around and go back to the lake house. We draw straws to see who goes in and turns off the light. The straw falls on the person that first originally saw the light on in the cabin. He's handed the keys and he works his way up to the cabin, walking pretty slowly. We see the light switch off from down at the boat. About 10 seconds later, we hear a loud scream from up at the house, and then our friend sprinting down to the boat. We are all freaked out, and he jumps into the boat. We floor it out of there and don't look back. We finally make it back to the shore, and we ask him what happened up there. He tells us that right before he turns off the light switch, the lights go out, and when he turns around, he sees a tall, dark figure standing next to the doorway. He then says that he had no choice but to sprint past it and run down to the boat. We all look at each other, wide-eyed. The event was very terrifying, but next summer came, and we eventually went back. Nothing happened out of the ordinary, and everything went well. But every time I think about going back to that cabin, I always think of that one night.
Bruce looked through the window, in the door, and observed the creature as it feasted. Though he was skinny, the creature was still a fearsome sight to behold. With pale blue skin, bear-like fangs, clawed hands and feet, spurs jutting from the backs of its ankles, a long tail tipped with spikes, and those eyes, the eyes which always seemed to blaze with intelligence and mad hilarity. The creature had a skinny build, which made him look like a weakling, but in actuality, he was a powerhouse. He was much stronger than he looked and could easily take down any professional fighter in seconds. He also had fantastic energy powers that enabled him to fire energy blasts and cloud the minds of others, possibly inducing terrifying hallucinations. He had a cunning mind, which enabled him to use his powers and abilities to the fullest, though his mind was also warped. The scars on the creature's chest, remnants of self-inflicted wounds, were ample evidence of the creature's madness and lack of restraint. Bruce could see the seal on the creature's forehead, the symbol spelling the Hebrew word for friendship. He flashed back to the day he reluctantly joined with Joel for the mission. Joel had called the creature to order to help them. The creature told Joel that he'd be happy to help, but was worried that he might flip out. In response, Joel had dripped his finger in ink and written the word upon his forehead. He explained that it was a reference to both Proverbs 18:24, "A man that hath friends must show himself friendly, and there is a friend that sticketh closer than a brother," and John 15:15a, "Henceforth I call you not servants, for the servant knoweth not what his Lord doeth, but I have called you friends." The creature had been okay after that, working along with Joel every step of the way. Bruce's face contorted into a wicked grin. He had worked together with Joel for the mission, but now he considered their alliance over. Joel would regret leaving him alone with the creature, he thought. With the creature still subdued, he would take control of him and use him for his own sinister purposes. Bruce boldly entered the building, slammed the door shut, and locked it. The creature stopped eating his 6-layer sandwich and looked at him. Upon sensing Bruce's ill intent, he began glaring at him. Without hesitation, Bruce told him, "You're mine now, you ugly monster." ignoring the rage welling in the creature's eyes. He continued, "I'm taking control. With that seal on your forehead, you're prevented from attacking. So now you're just going to do what I tell you to." The creature sat in silence for a moment, and then gave a laugh. It started out as a laugh of amusement, but then sadistic glee began bubbling up through it. Bruce stared in surprise, and finally the creature stopped laughing, and grinning wickedly, as he pointed to his forehead, asked,
"Did you really think this seal has some power to prevent me from using my powers? I'm not a genie or anything. You see, Joel helped me out in my time of need, something I'm grateful for. Neither one of us wanted me to flip out, so he drew this symbol on my forehead as a reminder of our friendship. It never had mystic power or anything like that. It was just a reminder of my gratitude and his compassion. It only worked because I didn't want to hurt Joel."
He licked his hand to moisten his fingers.
"It's useless to protect someone I want to hurt."
Bruce quivered and stared in horror as the creature laughed, wiped the ink off his forehead, and began approaching him.
I was camping near the river, and on the second night, I began to have strange and very disturbing dreams. By the third night, I was becoming more and more convinced that there was more than meets the eye going on. I decided to steel myself and prepare to fight back. I would resist the aliens. I refused to allow myself to be abducted. How do you fight against a foe that supposedly doesn't exist? I had read all the books about alien abduction, and one of the things that struck me as a constant through everyone's tale is that no one tried to fight back. There was my answer. If I flatly refused to be abducted, if I fought back tooth and nail, then maybe, just maybe, I could prevail against the alien threat. By refusing to make myself available, by refusing to go along like a sheep led to the slaughter for their nightmarish and horrific tests, then maybe I could get some peace and be left alone by the entities. I was prepared to fight when I finally laid down and allowed myself to drift off to sleep. I slept the tired but deep sleep of the righteously angry. Let them come and try to start something with me. I dared them. It wasn't long before I felt the old familiar sting. I heard the tones and felt the paralysis begin to take hold. In my mind, the pep talk began. I don't have to accept this. I won't accept this. I refuse to accept this. Slowly, I felt their presence enter the area. As usual, there were 3 or 4 of them. Suddenly, I realized I wasn't paralyzed. I broke free and stood, although I found it somewhat disconcerting to find that I was no longer safe and secure in my room. I wasn't surprised. They had to take me elsewhere to do whatever it is they do. Tests, probing, experiments. I had faked the paralysis well, but now I had had enough as they approached on each flank. I sat up on the bed or table or whatever it was where they had me. And it startled them. I used this moment, this element of surprise, as it were, to launch my attack. I grabbed the one nearest to me by his long, slender neck and twisted for all I was worth. Incredibly, I felt the neck twist in my hands. It was very soft, like twigs covered in plush fabric, but smooth instead of furry or even scaly. There was a sickening crunch. And then the alien went limp. Its huge black eyes looked at me, unbelievingly, and then filmed over and closed. I couldn't help but notice it had 2 sets of eyelids, one on the bottom and one on the top. The other figures froze. and I hesitated and then dropped the dead one I was holding.
Why did you do this?
I heard in my head.
What have you done?
Go ahead, try me, I screamed, reaching off the next one nearest me, which skittered away just out of reach. I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you. They clearly weren't expecting this sudden turn of events. They all withdrew into a clump and stood close together, obviously deciding what to do next and how to handle this crazy earthling that had already killed one of their own and was threatening the rest with at least grievous bodily harm, if not certain death. They seemed to have elected one of them as a representative, and he/she/it, do they have a sex? Intersex? Approached me somewhat petulantly. As this one approached, the other two dragged the one I had killed out of the circular gray steel room. The representative stood looking at me, and I caught what I considered at the time to be a hint of pathos in those big black eyes. Again, I felt, more than heard, the words,
"What have you done? And why did you do this? How could you do this?"
echo through my head and my psyche. At first, I did feel a tinge of remorse. But then my rage, my anger at being taken against my will, my rage at being violated resurfaced, and bile and bitterness spewed forth. In my mind, I screamed at the creature. I called it every manner of obscenity I had ever heard before. It tried talking back, trying to tell me.
"But we have the right."
But I wouldn't back down, or let it force its thoughts into my brain. I wasn't about to back down now. "You have no right," I screamed in my mind. "What makes you think you have the right?" Instead of responding or trying to argue, it suddenly began to slip backwards. It was if it was moving without moving, if you can imagine that. Then I realized that the alien wasn't moving, I was. I was slowly slipping backwards, and the sense of motion grew faster and faster. I hear a loud pop, and was then in complete darkness. I blinked a couple times, and then found myself, oddly enough, alone in my own bedroom. It was quiet. I could hear the night chirps of crickets outside. Had they given up on me? Had killing one of them been the last straw? Would they punish me? Or let me go? Perhaps find a more pliable and willing subject to cater to their probing and examination whims and desires? Whatever happened, it seems to have been the end of my alien abduction experiences. At least for now. I no longer dream of aliens, and I haven't had a night terror abduction experience in over 3 years. Sometimes it's best to fight back. You never know what you are capable of until you have nothing left to lose.
I have a very logical view of things. I believe in evolution and the natural order. After my experience with the unknown species hiding right under our noses, I still think that way. But I'm a little more open to the existence of things we could be overlooking. Higher ranks on the food chain that we are blissfully unaware of. There is still much of our world left unexplored, and even if we did trample through our entire globe searching, I believe there would still be creatures that exist completely undisturbed and undiscovered by us. At its core, evolution is pretty straightforward. The most desirable traits are based on how well they help you thrive. They are passed on because what makes you strong and unique increases your chance of survival, and the survival of your offspring. If you try to think of giants existing in the world, you can't conceive it, because if they are so bumbling, heavy and slow. It would make it too easy for us. With our advantage in speed and firepower, we'd probably control them or kill them off if we thought they would endanger our own chances of survival. If they did exist, they'd have to hold the opposite traits, lithe, fast, and lightweight, so we couldn't hear them coming. Camouflaged so we couldn't notice them passing by, hidden so well they could never be found. It sounds like an impossible task, but with enough time and careful selection, anything is possible. I believe that wholeheartedly now. I have re-evaluated what I associate with giants and how I perceive the world. I've never really been superstitious, and up to this point I never really believed in ghosts, fairies, demons, vampires, or anything like that. But I can see them now. I know where the true giants are, and with that knowledge, I know that there must be other things smart enough to avoid us. Intelligent enough to realize that making their presence known would only speak their doom. They use what they have to simply avoid conflict, live in peace, hunt in the deepest and darkest places of the world, or live amongst us undetected. Those are the ones we fantasize about, tell stories of in the eerie glow of fire, flickering off of fearful, wide eyes. I grew up in an area where the night skies were bright with thousands of stars and the grounds wore the heaviest of shadows. In child eyes, I've seen a giant panther the size of a mansion weave blindly through the trees, so careful not a single strand of hair touched a branch, so unfathomably light-footed that not one leaf shifted under its body. It kept its eyes shut that night, but on another occasion it faced my house, and I saw it through my bedroom window. I thought it was the moon, but I knew the moon had risen and passed over the house hours ago. The panther had only one eye open. It was strange, bleached and speckled with dark spots like the surface of the giant rock that sat in our sky. White flecks glowed across its face like stars. I have realized with age that sometimes we think so small. We see a stick bug and think something so huge couldn't possibly mimic our environment without our notice like the small ones can. But in the right circumstances, why couldn't they? It was many years before I saw another. I lived in a rather peaceful town now, a place I knew I would have a difficult time finding a giant. So I went places I thought no one else would. I believed many of them hid in the cloak of darkness, so I took many walks at night, staring at the moon and wondering what else could possibly be out there. Unfortunately, my second encounter was not so peaceful. Rarely did people show up to some of the deserted places I visited, but if they did, they often had different intentions than I did. I stood in the middle of the pathway near the lake, mostly uninjured, my wallet emptied, and a group wandering away from me, with grins plastered on their faces, and an extra couple $100 to split among them. I rested against a tree, trying to regain my bearings, when I heard the barest of cracks echoing along the shoreline of the pond. I looked towards the mob that had taken my wallet. One of them had strayed behind the others. He was walking towards a strange formation of rocks, counting bills. I swore the focal point, a massive rock, had been settled on the ground before, when I passed it not long ago. It now sat up at an impossible angle. It was the size of a small speedboat, in the vague shape of a jaw, the tip curving down almost like the wide-open beak of a snapping turtle. The others had walked past it, but in his distraction, he walked under it. There was barely any sound, but I witnessed the formation shift in the blink of an eye. The thump was so dull and quiet, I still feel as if I imagined it. The men continued walking, entirely unaware one of their members was now missing. I didn't want them to realize his disappearance before I left the area. I contracted a new fear that night as I ran as quietly as possible out of the park and back home, my eyes wide and flickering across my surroundings the entire journey. I did not walk at night after that. The desire to seek the giants out dwindled along with that hobby. I knew then that I'd been lucky to survive 2 encounters thus far, so I wasn't looking for the third, especially not in broad daylight, when I discovered it. I was reading a book under a massive old tree that stood tall and towering in the middle of campus. It was a feature of the university, located smack in the middle of the new city I called home. It's odd when you suddenly become conscious of your breathing. It happens to all sorts of people. The sudden realization and awareness of something your body does automatically. It's awkward to transition back to ignoring it. I never thought that the awareness might have been a response to your own body being thrown off course, your mind losing its tempo in the presence of another beat. I took my eyes off my book and glanced down at my chest, rising and falling. I subtly held my breath to try and reset the mindless action. My chest continued to move, and a part of my brain connected dots I hadn't paid any mind to in years. I closed my eyes, leaned back against the tree, and ceased breathing again. I felt it, the subtle movement that was not my own. The large oak was breathing in tandem with me, or it was trying to. In the light of day, I was not as afraid, but I also did not push my luck. I resumed my regular breathing, as well as my book. The branches and leaves rustled in the breeze, and I thought of the silence of the panther and the stillness of the turtle, and I knew now that some did not need to be so still. A tree too still would stand out among the others that followed the patterns of the wind. I've tried to see the world through larger eyes, but I still was only able to see a few more giants throughout my lifetime. I've never thought to mention the giants to others until now. I am getting older, and I want to let people see more of the wonders our world holds. The only difference it will make to you is you may be able to open your eyes a little wider and witness something others only dream of. Be warned, you must not seek them out. They live their lives, and we live ours. If you meet your death at the hands of one of them, it would simply be the natural order of things, the circle of life and death. I would say that we outnumber them, but I do not know if we do. They do not mean us harm, so you must leave them be. Unless you're really looking, you will never see them anyway. But let it be known that we are not at the top of the food chain. Not by a long shot.
Ellie drifted back off to sleep. She managed to get a little sleep before waking up again, this time to a strange, sweet humming. She sat up. The room was dark, but Ellie's night vision was good. She could just about make out the silhouette of Kyra sitting on the window ledge, legs hanging off the edge. How did she get there? Ellie thought.
Hey there, will you be my friend?
Ellie heard, followed by a creepy laugh. Ellie pinched herself. She wasn't dreaming. She walked over to the window ledge and picked the doll up. The doll was inanimate. Am I going crazy? Ellie thought. Is the doll talking to me? She turned on the bedside lamp and studied the doll more. Under Kyra's dress, she found a rusty wind-up key. Ah, that's why, she thought, feeling somewhat relieved. She placed Kyra back on the windowsill, turned off the lamp and shut her eyes again.
Hey there, will you be my friend? You're the best. I love you.
Ellie heard again.
You're amazing. I'm so lonely. Will you be my friend?
Ellie pulled the covers over her head and tried to block out the noise.
Don't be sad. I love you.
She thought the doll would run out of juice soon, although it was a surprise Kyra had any juice to begin with, as Ellie never turned the turn key. If I ignore it, it'll go away, Ellie thought, not really caring about anything anymore, not even knowing if she was awake or dreaming, the alcohol still buzzing around her system. Uh-oh, they said to do a 4 to 5 minute long clip, but it's only been 2 minutes so far. Quick, what shall I do? Maybe they won't notice. They probably won't listen this far anyway. Probably hit the mute button as soon as I said my first word.
Soft and juicy red. British wine. Produced from imported grape juice. With a bounty of soft and juicy red berry notes, this ripe and lush, fruity style perfectly complements most moods and occasions. Easy drinking, medium in style, and delicious served slightly cool. Suitable for vegetarians and vegans, 11% volume. The UK Chief Medical Officers recommend adults do not regularly drink more than 14 units per week. Lock your style with ultra strong hold that lasts all day long. Ultra strong hairspray. Provides long-lasting, reliable, ultra strong control to your style. Gives a radiant shine to your hair. Brushes out easily. Start from about 25 to 30 centimeters away and simply spray over your finished style. Danger, extremely flammable aerosol. Solvent abuse can kill instantly.
Speak louder, please. I put my hand up next to my ear from the back of the room, signaling that she needed to raise her voice. She took a deep breath. I could see her anxiety turning her cheeks beet red as strands of blonde hair began to fall out of the same nappy ponytail she wore every day. There was something about her so familiar, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. With her face glued to the paper, too afraid to make eye contact, she quickly sputtered out. Hi, my name's Paisley Jackson, and this is my poem called My Family. Paisley was a shy little girl. In fact, she was one of the quietest students I have ever had in my 10 years of teaching, which I guess, being the youngest of 11, would do that to anyone. Surprisingly, she was very smart, unlike the rest of her siblings, who were dumber than a bag of rocks. I'm sorry to say. Lord, the Jackson kids were such a headache. Except for Paisley, of course. I just wish I could have given her more opportunities to improve her future. I mean, don't get me wrong. I tried to help Paisley. I really did. I gave her clothes, food, and even funds lined up for her. But living in a dirt-poor family in a shack out in the middle of nowhere was a bad hand to be dealt in life. Because no matter what I did, it wouldn't have made a difference. Everyone knows that the cycle of poverty is almost impossible to break. I crossed my legs, pen in hand, preparing for yet another bland story about a family I'd never meet. If you've ever worked with underprivileged children, you know that the guardian involvement is quite rare. When it comes to interest in their daughter's education, Paisley's parents were no exception. I have 2 mommies. One named Betty, who can make good spaghetti. I call her Mom. She's the one that's married to my dad, Tom. One named Claire, with pretty yellow hair. I call her Mommy. Dad calls her his project, his hobby. Being smack dab in the middle of Utah, I've seen hundreds of polygamous families, so this didn't strike me odd. Besides, even though polygamy is illegal, I tried to keep my nose in my own business, if you know what I mean. Mom takes care of us all. She can do that because she's so tall. Mommy wears a pretty silver bracelet. She wears it because she's so famous. It wouldn't be the first time I saw kids coming up with stories about celebrity parents to add excitement to their ordinary lives. I just didn't expect it to come from Paisley. Mommy has me and Tommy. He's one of my older brothers. Mom is a lot older. She has all the others. Oh, I cringed. That meant that one of Paisley's mothers had given birth to 9 children. I couldn't imagine going through that many pregnancies. Dad says me and Tommy are a gift from God. He'll never hit us with a rod. His pride and joy is Tommy, but he says the only person he truly loves is Mommy. I looked up from my grade book, with a line about a rod catching my attention. However, this wasn't the first time one of my students has accidentally reported abuse. Truth is, CPS picks and chooses who they want to help. Mom is having another baby. She's mad. Dad wants to name it Daisy. Mommy can't have any more children. Her last child died of SIDS. Shifting in my seat, I scribbled down a note reminding myself to deliver my daughter's old baby clothes to the Jackson shack. As a mother myself, I know babies can be expensive. Dad says she did it on purpose because she wanted to run off and join the circus. Mom says it wasn't her fault. I promised to keep that secret in the me and her vault. I shook my head in sadness. How could someone blame a grieving mother for something she couldn't control? Mommy was the one that Dad chose. He watched all of her school shows. They were joined in the night. Daddy says inside her is a lot of fight. Mom is just a cover. Dad doesn't really love her. I threw my hand up, a gesture meaning stop. I had taught my students, but Paisley didn't look up. She continued to read, even with my disappointed frown. Obviously, one of her siblings must have put her up to this joke. Mommy says she needs to get out. She wants to show me what life is all about. Dad gets mad. It's his biggest pet peeve. Mommy is sad. She just wants to leave. Mommy sings to me her favorite song. Mom says Dad's head is wired wrong. Shaking my head, I sighed. Another child with so much potential and such a kind heart was stuck in the middle of a lover's quarrel that didn't involve her. Last birthday, I wanted to take Mommy to see her favorite basketball team. Mom made me a cake with frosted buttercream. I got to see the Knicks, but Dad said he had made a mistake he couldn't fix. Nothing's the same anymore. I don't know why for sure. Now Dad cries at night alone. He asks God, "What have I done?" To Mom, he no longer tends. She hopes the baby will make amends. Paisley rose her head up with a smile, looking for my approval. Although I was appalled at the inappropriateness of her poem, I didn't want to break her spirits. She clearly was very proud of it, and scolding her for something that wasn't her wrongdoing was just going to send this little girl back into her shell that I've been trying so hard to break for months. So instead, I clapped, making the rest of the class, who were too young to understand the gravity of the situation, applaud too. Miss June, I brought a picture of Mommy for extra credit. It's got one part of the poem. Can I show the class? I nodded my head, thinking there couldn't possibly be any details worse than what she had already presented. Paisley reached into the front pocket of her worn-out, hand-me-down dress, pulling out an old, aging photo. She flipped the flaking picture around, displaying it as if it was her most prized possession. My blood ran cold. I finally figured out why Paisley looked so familiar to me. In what seemed to be a school photograph, smiling ear to ear, exactly like Paisley, was a young woman by the name of Claire Daisy. She was a high school student, popular for her ability to gain the lead in every school play. She went missing without a trace 12 years prior. Claire Daisy was last seen leaving theater practice late one night, but then she just vanished. No sign of struggle, no witness, no evidence, no body, nothing. Her case was covered on every news station in Utah for a while because of how peculiar it was, until people lost interest. Paisley happily continued. I was so shocked I couldn't stop her, as she read off the back of the picture. There is one thing I don't understand, and maybe you'll have the answers at hand. If Dad's love for Mommy will never sway, why did he treat her that way? Mom lays her head on a nice soft bed, but my mommy sleeps in the basement under a big slab of cement.
My basement terrifies me. Now, I'm not easily frightened. I didn't even get spooked when the boy named Johnny Atkins went missing around 3 weeks ago. But my basement is a different story. Just the thought of smells from cold cement, spilled with numerous amounts of liquids, and now rotted solids. The vast space that is cluttered with useless objects, all placed there to be forgotten. The sorrow-inducing lack of light, blanking the entire space, makes the hair on the back of my neck stand upright. But that isn't even the worst of it. It's the creatures that camouflage themselves within the shadows. The creatures that crawl along every crease and crevice you can imagine in this dungeon. This is what stops me each and every time I get to those doors. You can't access my basement through the house. There is only a double wooden door protruding out the side of my house that holds my nightmares. Every time I stand in front of the doors, with handfuls of containers my mom sends me to lay to rest, I can never build myself up quite enough to open those bloody doors. I just end up storing the things Mom sent me there for in the bushes along the side of our bungalow. To make my irrational fear lose the internal rate of return, I've been hearing strange noises coming from behind those wooden doors for the last 2 weeks. When I went out to tend for the weeds, I could hear scratching, faint moaning, and shelves being bumped into. Due to believing the noises were coming from insidious bugs, I never dared investigate. Except for one night. I approached the cellar doors and reached out with fear-coated breaths towards the handle. The doors began to shake, sweat beading off of my forehead as if it were raining. I started to pull, ever so slightly, until the grim cries started up again. I let go and ran all in one movement. It had been over a week since I heard the noises echoing from beyond those doors. It had stopped at a recent time because my mom was not amused when she found all her gadgets stored in her hedges. She forced me to open those doors, or else I would get the beating of a lifetime. With a deep breath and quick swing of the doors, almost as if to rip the band-aid off, they were opened. To my absolute horror, there were bloody claw marks slashed into the wooden door and shelves knocked over in a tornado of destruction. I looked past the carnage and noticed a large mass planted on the cold, damp concrete floor. I inched my way closer, almost throwing up my nerves. My heart dropped, and I let all my emotions escape out of my mouth. Johnny Atkins lay dead on my dungeon floor, fingers down to stumps, and pure terror stained into the corneas of his once innocent, playful eyes.
Jeremy, my dear friend Jeremy. Oh, how you have always brought a smile to my face. And I'm sure to many others. You always found yourself in a new place with new people, yet you never really opened up. Then you met me. Yes, I do remember the day that I accidentally ran into you. Quite literally. You fell and I helped you up, and we started with small talk. God, how I hate small talk. Anyway, this led to you asking me if I would like to get some drinks with you sometime, and well, of course, why wouldn't I? My dearest friend, those big white pearly teeth that lit up the room when you smiled, or your big beautiful brown caring eyes that when you looked into them, I fell in love instantly. And I knew that we would be the best friends for the rest of our lives. Anyway, that night we met for drinks, and I affirmed that we would be the best of friends. No other friendship would trump us. We spent more and more time together. Hell, I even picked up a job at your place of employment, just so I could be closer. I began to notice, though, that you were spending more and more time with different people and less time with me. How could this be? I thought I was your friend, not whatever coworker you were giving the time of day up to. Though it took some time, I still ended up reeling you back in. Though it wasn't my favorite, we would go hiking, the occasional coffee at a local place, or dinner, or cruising, or well, anything and everything under the sun. Don't you recall we would go clubbing? You may have tried to talk up some hussy, but I knew all you needed in life was me. You appeared to grow tired every day and every night that I saw you, though. The dark bags under your eyes grew and your love for me shrank. Do you not love me anymore? Why have you become so distant? Oh, that doesn't matter anymore now, does it? Anyway, I saw you speaking to a girl. You asked her out. How sweet. Your relationship with her expanded and ours shrank. You became distant once more. But while I tried to bring you back, you ignored me. How dare you, after everything I've done for you? I watched you two for ages, looking in the small port window into your life that you still allowed me to have. You and her seemed so, how do I say it? Happy. That can't be. You can only be happy with me. Your apartment is very nice. I bet you get compliments like that all the time. You deserve them. I've hid in your apartment countless times. I've watched you sleep so many times. You're adorable when you snore. I have several hiding spots. Your closet, and a small vent that's right over your bed, and, most concerningly, your ceiling. How could your landlord be so careless? Then again, when I asked for your apartment number, and they refused me. The self-righteous bastards told me they couldn't release that information. This, however, wasn't a problem. You see, I watched you enter your apartment several times and knew exactly which one you lived in. And you kept seeing this girl, as if you were ignoring the inevitable. This inevitable being our fate, our love, together. The feeling of jealousy grew inside me like a cancerous cell, growing exponentially and forming a tumor of hate. This continued growth finally burst like a cyst. I began to question if we were ever friends in the first place. I still have you, and I forever will. After months and months of you spending time with this girl, I started a plan. My plan, you see, was for me to cook you dinner, or to have drinks at my place, and add a, let's say, special ingredient. I finally got you to come after enough badgering, and I bet you felt bad for me, didn't you? Oh, how alone, and how much of an outcast I was. You were my only friend, my dearest friend, and you cast me to the side like I was garbage. I showed you all the love I was capable of, and you purged me from your life. You disappointed me. You hurt me. I did what you wanted nonetheless. You wanted drinks. So, that's what I made. Drinks for both of us. Yours was a little more special than the normal cocktail that I made up. I made you a Manhattan with a little something extra, 3 or 4 doxapen. For the life of me, I can't really remember how many. But you somehow managed to stay awake after that. So I made you another with, of course, a few extra pills, and after about 15 minutes, you were out like a goddamn light bulb. You poor bastard. How you drooled all over your lovely shirt. I made sure you were out. I brought you to my car, and yes, I did receive a few strange glances from the others in the apartment complex, but I just told them you were stone cold drunk. After we made it out to my car, I felt accomplished. Finally, we had some time alone together, after all this time. I drove you up to the pier, where I had a storage container rented out. I drove up to the blue container, right by the sea. It really is a shame that it didn't have a window. Oh well. Dragging you out of the car, I lay you gently across the ground, set a brick on the gas pedal, and sank it into the harbor. Making sure the car finally sank, I dragged you into the container and set you down gently on a pillow and blanket that I had placed just for you. I found your cell phone and called the property owner. I asked him to lock the door to my container because I'd be out of town for the weekend. After I finished the call, I dropped the phone onto the floor and smashed it. I heard the manager lock the door. Click. After a few hours of us being together, you finally woke up, a bit dazed and confused. Began to mumble to yourself. I had a flashlight with me, and I turned it on, and you saw who it was and began to scream. I told you to quiet down, but you acted irrationally. Too bad I didn't check your body completely, because in a blink of an eye, you pulled out your pocket knife and sunk it in my side. The organic sound of the blade carving in the flesh. I felt the warm, crimson fluid flow down my side and slowly seep down across my leg, soaking into my clothes. I felt the sharp, stinging pain fill me. I thought to myself, this isn't how it was supposed to happen. I fell to the ground, and I heard you attempt to open the door. And I began to laugh wildly. I told you that I loved you more than anyone ever could. You found your phone smashed to pieces. You soon realized what would become of you. I hate to hear you cry. It really crushes my heart, but whatever it takes to be with you and only you. Finally, we will be together forever. Isn't that right, my dearest friend?
Cities are filled with familiar strangers. That is how I knew you. I saw you every day, but I never knew your name. There are enough people in the city to sift through them anonymously, but also enough doing the same thing as you, going the same way you're going, that you get to know them in everything but name. I saw you each day on my way to work, as I see many. We surely all recognize each other, but only you made eye contact with me. Only you smiled and said, "Good morning, ma'am." And though I normally prefer familiar strangers to keep their distance, I too smiled at you. I too waved at you. I too said, "Good morning." That was the start and end of our friendship. We'd pass each other every day, smile, wave, and say, "Good morning." No more, no less. I wondered, as the days and our greetings grew in number, what connected us apart from all the others. I'd never seen you anywhere but that sidewalk. No one else spoke to you, and you spoke to no one else. Perhaps you didn't want them to see you. Perhaps I saw you by accident. I saw you in the morning, on my way to work, then promptly forgot you. I only thought of my morning paper, with its distraught headlines: war, famine, a local child missing. There were wars every day, hungry people everywhere, many children who had disappeared. I turned the page and read the comics. I continued to see you. We would say good morning. You'd walk by others in silence. I would read my paper. Continued war, continued famine. 2 more local children gone missing. Wars continued, famine continued, but children didn't disappear from my neighborhood each day. I read the comics, but thought of the 3 local children who were gone. Where did they go? As we passed each other, I'd wonder things about you. Where were you from? Why were you walking opposite the workflow? Did you work at night? I began to think of you even when we didn't share a sidewalk. I'd seen you so often, you were almost my friend, one whose name I didn't know. Another child missing, and the other 3 had yet to be found. I couldn't read the comics. No one else even waved to you, much less spoke to you. Could they see you? Were you a ghost? A spirit? A floating friend to greet me hello each morning? 3 more children missing. One of the first to go missing had been found by a riverbank. There were pictures in the paper. She looked empty, like the life had been vacuumed from her, like her soul had been drained. People wondered what mysterious stranger would take them away. Like many familiar strangers, you began to flicker out of my routine. Days would go by where I wouldn't see you, and I thought you'd found a new job or moved away. But then you'd reappear. We'd smile and wave and say good morning. You never said anything more. Maybe you didn't want to tell me more. More children were found. They all looked like the drained girl. A few more disappeared, but now the papers said they found a pattern, a path to lead them to the attacker. Fewer children went missing. I saw you less and less. Soon no children went missing. The news moved on to celebrities and politicians. Soon you were gone forever, and I never knew your name.
Last year, in May, I was on a yoga retreat in Thailand, in Koh Phangan. It was a small but well-known yoga and detox center that was located near the water. The main center consisted of a totally open-air restaurant lounge which faced the water and a yoga shala. There were some bamboo huts further to the back of the restaurant. The yoga center and restaurant were completely open to the main road, as there were no doors nor gates at the center, meaning anyone could walk through it day or night. It appeared to me that the center must have expanded at some point, because after checking in, as I was being led to my room, rather than going to one of the bamboo huts behind the restaurant, I was led past that, across the main road, which was a small road by the way, where there was an open area surrounded by forests and trees. In this area, they had built a further strip of connected rooms, probably a block of 6 to 7 rooms, and mine was the one at the very end. The path that continued past the end of my room had lots of trees, bushes, and natural vegetation. I recall being disappointed that my room was so far from the center, as it really did feel like I was on a separate property, although in reality it was probably no more than a brisk 5-minute walk. An issue I had with the yoga center was how dark it was at night. There were no lights on the path that led to my room, and I'd feel uncomfortable walking there at night as it felt very isolated and open. Also, even in the main center's open-air restaurant area, it was very dimly lit, and the place would be totally deserted after 9 p.m. My first night, I thought I'd hang out in my hammock and listen to the waves crash. But as people left the restaurant area, I was the only one left in this dark open space, and I suddenly felt very vulnerable. The space was very open, with no security guards, and I recall feeling strangely unsafe. I am not one to generally be scared or feel unsafe, but I felt it then. I didn't make a big deal out of it, just got back to my hammock and trekked back to my room. However, I did avoid the restaurant area at dark once people had left. As it was a yoga and detox center, most people were in the rooms by 9. So, although I didn't go to bed that early, there was no open or communal area at the center, other than the restaurant for me to hang out in, so I just went to my room. While I would have liked to hang out in the restaurant by the water, it just felt too deserted on an open night. On my third night there, I decided to have a cigarette at 10 p.m. The center was non-smoking, although I did question whether I could smoke outside my room, since it was technically so far from the actual center. But not wanting to break any rules, I walked about 40 feet from the path down my room to smoke. It was while I was smoking that I saw the man to my right. He was a small Thai man wearing a white shirt, and he was looking at me. I decided to smile at him, and he smiled back. Then he started walking towards me until he was standing next to me. I thought it was odd, but that may be he was just another friendly local, although alarm bells were starting to ring that this was strange. I said hello in Thai, and he did the same, but beyond that he didn't speak English, and of course I didn't speak a word of Thai other than that. I had been staring at the beautiful full moon, so I pointed to the moon. After that, I didn't know what other interaction I could have with this man, and thought it best to get back to my room quickly. I turned to him and said bye and went to leave. When I did, he quickly grabbed my right forearm and placed a strong grip on it. I pulled my arm back, but he held tightly as his grip hardened. As I mentioned, this was a small man, and I'm a 5'9" female who weighed roughly 165 pounds at the time. Although I have never gotten into a fight in my life, I felt that unless this man had a weapon or knew some kind of martial art, I could probably hold my own. As it dawned on me that this man was not letting go, and in fact he was gripping my arm in a way no one with any good intentions ever would, I knew I had to get out of there before the situation escalated into something I couldn't imagine. I firmly planted my feet on the ground, turned my body, yanked my arm, and started running back to my room. As I was running, I thought, if I run right to my room, he'll know where I'm staying. Thankfully, I saw that my neighbor Klaus from Germany still had his light on. I started calling, "Klaus, can you come outside?" He opened the door and I entered his room. I stopped running, turned back, but the man was gone. I let Klaus know of what had happened, and he spent some time making sure that I was all right before I returned to my own room. I was a little shaken, but also thought that perhaps it was nothing. Maybe the guy was just trying to be nice and grab my arm to point out some stars or something. I don't know. In the aftermath, I downplayed the significance of it and thought that perhaps I had just made a mountain out of a molehill. Though I did note not to smoke out there at night. 2 days after this incident, I see Klaus in the morning, and he tells me that the man who'd frightened me also scared another woman last night. I was shocked and asked who, and he said it was Tammuz, a beautiful 24-year-old Israeli girl who had just arrived. I found her and asked her what had happened, explaining what had occurred to me. She told me that last night, which was the night after my incident, she had been sitting in the open-air restaurant at around 10, messaging someone on her phone. The place was empty as usual, except for her. She's a teeny tiny woman who weighed probably no more than 90 pounds. She looked up at one point and saw this Thai man standing, kind of hidden in the restaurant, watching her very carefully. She immediately felt uncomfortable, but went back to her phone. As she did this, she could see him quietly moving closer to her. She said that right away she felt danger, and she knew that she was in an unsafe situation with this man creeping up on her. I asked her what she did, and Tammuz said that she recalled her training from the Israeli army, and when she was about 10 feet from her, she stood up, making herself seem as big as possible, as she's a wisp of a woman, mind you, and she showed me how she stood straight, shoulders back, chest forward, and arms firmly to her sides, but away from her body. She had a thick glass mug with her at the time, and she held this firmly in her grip. She didn't raise the mug, but made it visible and clear that she would use this thick glass mug as a weapon if need be. She said that as she took this stance, she looked directly at him and shouted out, "Stop!" She said the man stood there, looking at her for a few seconds as she held her position. She was a tiny woman, taking a strong offense rather than a defensive posture. He then turned and walked away. Tammuz quickly gathered her things and returned to her room. Like me, she never hung out in the restaurant after dark again, unless others were there. Tammuz and I shared descriptions and concluded that it was indeed the same man. Later that day, the manager of the center came looking for me. He looked very worried, and she told me she had just found out what happened. She asked me to tell her my story, and asked why I hadn't informed the center right away. I told her the truth, which was that although my gut told me this man was dangerous, my mind told me that it wasn't really anything to think about, and that perhaps I'd just misinterpreted the situation. Also, I had told Klaus in the immediate aftermath and felt comforted that I had a neighbor just one wall away. I did tell them, though, that I thought the path to my room needed lights, as it was completely dark at night and the room being so far away. They ended up installing lights on the path that same day, but also called the police, and we had an undercover police officer posing as a guest at the center for a few days. But nothing happened after that. Well, at least not for the next 7 days I was there. I hope it stayed that way since.
A little over 10 years ago, I met a woman online. Finding common interest, yet great distance, made a lot of daily email. Being the typical dumb guy, I was flattered when she offered to travel cross-country to visit, at her own expense, of course. She was younger than I, and my fear of my own advancing years and potential solitude seemed at a reprieve. Skipping through many chapters, she moved in with me after a year's time. In the beginning, everything was fantastic. There was always something not quite right with her. I found myself making excuses more frequently. I became more secluded and withdrawn from my family to please her. She had weird mood swings. I found out more of her history. She had psychiatric care before and had been on medication for years, then stopped taking it after telling me in a big confession. Each day getting progressively worse over time. Severe bipolar manic depressive. I have plenty of doctors of my own after a car crash in the late 90s. One is a pain clinic. My job has a special license, and to keep it, I need a clean record. And knowing this, I got blackmailed on a daily basis to get pain medication from me with various threats that would send me to jail. After all, the guy is always the evil abuser, and the woman is always the victim, despite reality in the last year of it all. We both went to jail twice as I got attacked when I said no. The gory details filled a phone book-sized volume in small print. She is gone now, for good, back to where she came from, and charges dropped on both parties. I never could get her to just go to a doctor of her own. People will second-guess me and judge me. My own parents still do. Asked why I was so stupid to stay with her for so long. How could I put up with it? I almost lost everything I had. Even the thought of hurting myself a few points. Amazing what the mind can put up with, and what extremes you are willing to go to when you keep justifying the motives. It gets more and more insane until you do not recognize yourself after a while. Although I am deeply saddened over the reported state of her continued, untreated mental condition, other than health, I am very happy in general about life itself, with no intent of self-harm or others. I just had a surgery called a spinal fusion. After being hit over the head with a frying pan lid, both arms were getting numb. This is now better, so it is all looking up from here. I have heard love described one time as putting up with someone else's crap, even to the point that it almost hurts you. If you meet someone online, Just leave it like that, please.
Skin as white as bone, lips as red as blood, sitting on a throne made of sticks and mud. Daddy Prince loves you. Daddy Prince loves me.
When I told Blake I was pregnant, he handed me a blank check and told me to take care of the problem. He wasn't the prince I thought he was. I took the check, but I didn't follow his implied instructions. Instead, I moved to a quiet town in Texas to start a new life with my daughter, Serena. Life wasn't the fairy tale I'd been hoping for. Reality doesn't pull punches. Romances end, and daughters don't always know their fathers. Although I tried to pretend everything was rosy, deep down I knew it wasn't. Life leaves a mark. Even so, I was determined to live happily ever after. My heartbreak was secondary. Serena became my world. Years passed, and I threw myself into the role of a single mother. The money dried up fast, but we got by. I never told her about her father. That truth was too painful for a child. I wouldn't let one cool prince stain my worldview or hers. I tried to spare her. That was my mistake. She was young enough to believe the fairy tale. Young enough that she didn't need to know anything else. The first time she mentioned Daddy Prince, I was curling her hair. Serena loved curls. She called them princess hairs. And I was happy to indulge her. I was sitting on her bed, wrapping her long dark hair into foam rollers. As I snapped the final curler into place, she sighed and hung her head. "What's the matter, Serena?" I pulled back the covers so she could slip under them, walking over to the bookshelf to choose a bedtime story. As my fingers brushed across bent spines of well-loved books, she sighed again.
"When are we going to live with Daddy, Prince?"
I froze in surprise and turned to look at her. I wasn't prepared to hear her say Daddy. My throat tightened and my eyes started to burn. But I forced a smile. "Who is Daddy, Prince?" Hesitation came with every syllable. Serena didn't notice. Her hazel eyes were shining bright.
"He's my daddy, of course. He wants us to live with him in his castle."
She pointed towards her wardrobe. It was castle-shaped with a crenellated parapet and engraved doors. The closet was the crown jewel of her princess-themed room. I'd found it on the curb, abandoned in one of the wealthier neighborhoods.
"Mommy, why don't we live with Daddy?"
I knew a day would come where my daughter would need answers. Unfortunately, I wasn't ready to give them to her. Not yet. My internal prayer smoldered in my chest, but I pushed the thought away. Instead of facing what might have been a pivotal moment in our relationship, I changed the subject. Which story should I read? Her sour face told me she knew exactly what I was up to. She flung herself back into her pillows, crossing her arms stiffly. Redness flared across her forehead as a tantrum brewed, barely restrained. "How about Aladdin?" I suggested. Princess Jasmine was her favorite, but this wasn't enough to cool her temper. She shook her head.
"Go to bed, Mommy. I want Daddy to tell me a story instead."
Her lips quivered, but she kept her eyes fixed on the castle closet instead of looking at me. The rejection stung. I leaned over to give her forehead a kiss, which she sullenly accepted. When I made it back to my bedroom, I broke down in tears and let the mascara run into my pillow. As I calmed down and began to drift off to sleep, I heard my daughter laugh and incoherent bits of one-sided conversation.
Daddy, why castle and Mommy?
I woke up to Serena's grinning face, her hands behind her back.
Good morning, Mommy.
She sounded so cheerful. Groggy, I returned the greeting and offered a sleepy smile as I threw off the covers and swooped down to hug her. My hands met something cold and wet. Reflexively, I let go and looked at her closely. The little girl grinned sheepishly and showed me what she was holding. A handful of small purple flowers. A large clump of wet dirt clinging to the roots.
A present from Daddy,
she declared proudly, holding them out to me. I didn't recognize the flowers, spiky and wet, but it looked like she dug them out of someone's garden. Sweetie, did you go outside before I woke up? I asked.
Not me, the prince,
Serena immediately corrected.
To cheer you up. You seem sad.
I see. I didn't. Well, make sure we ask the neighbor's permission before going into someone else's garden, and let me know so I don't worry. I didn't believe her, but I felt so guilty from the night before that I couldn't bring myself to call her out on her lie.
Okay,
she agreed immediately. I took the flowers. They were in bad shape, soggy, sad little things. I decided to let them air out by the kitchen window, and I told her to wash up. My little girl had mud up to her elbows. She skipped off while I busied myself making waffles. I pulled the rollers out of her hair when she returned, mud-free, before we sat down to enjoy breakfast.
Did you like the flowers?
She asked, looking attentively at her waffle as I poured the syrup. She wasn't satisfied until every square was filled. Of course, sweetie. Any gift from you is special to me. I didn't like the flowers, but I appreciated the gesture. You aren't supposed to be completely honest with children. Serena nodded with satisfaction.
He said she would. Now can we go live with him?
I nearly choked, setting down my fork and looking at her. Apparently, this conversation was going to happen whether I was ready or not. I'm sorry, honey. We're going to stay here. This is our home. We can't move in with him.
Why?
I paused. Like most parents, I was accustomed to the whys of children. That single syllable was the epitome of frustration and dread, but I'd do my best to answer, as gently as I could. Because I'm not married to him. I tried to keep it simple. My little girl nodded, but was undeterred. Her smile came back.
Okay. Well, then get married to him.
In her eyes, this was an easy fix. I shook my head. He never asked me to marry him, I admitted. But that's okay, sweetie. We have everything we need here. I have you, and you have me.
He just has to ask?
The hopeful look on her face broke my heart. It wasn't that simple. Blake didn't want kids. He'd made that abundantly clear. I wasn't about to reach out to him after all these years. Maybe, I said. Saying no seemed too harsh. But I like things the way they are now.
He told me he wants to already,
she insisted.
And he gave you a present.
My stomach twisted with a weird flutter of discomfort. Her insistence was genuine, and I found the fantasy disturbing. Do little girls typically dream up princes for their mothers? Well, maybe the ones without fathers do. Sweetie, he didn't propose. Suddenly, I was tired again. I wanted to go back to my room and hide under the covers. I couldn't deal with any more questions, not even one. As though she sensed this, my daughter went back to her room. I could hear her playing, leaving me to scrub syrup off the table. When I went to check on her later, she was standing in the dark and lightly tapping on the castle wardrobe. Tap, tap, tap. Then pausing as if she waited for an answer. Naturally, she didn't get one. Serena saw me looking and smiled bashfully.
He said he sleeps during the day,
she explained.
But I wanted to tell him the good news.
I assumed she meant Daddy Prince. What good news? Serena didn't say anything, staring so intently at the closet doors that I thought she must not have heard me. I flicked on her bedroom light, which caught her attention.
Don't! He doesn't like the light on.
I decided to humor her and turned to back off. I was a little concerned about the prince character she was concocting. What sort of prince preferred the dark? Then again, she'd said he was sleeping. Kid logic is irrefutable at that age, so I let it go. You learn to pick your battles as a parent. Leaving her to play, I sat at the kitchen table to pay bills and balance my checkbook. I lived paycheck to paycheck, and I had to pay things strategically. I could afford to pay late on some bills, but not on others. How nice it would be if there really was a prince ready to sweep in and take care of my problems. If only. Serena kept to her room. When I went to get her for lunch, she was still sitting in the dark. She'd changed into one of her costume dresses, mint green satin and tulle, with a plastic crown on a ribbon-wrapped scepter. Her subjects were strewn about the room, face down. Barbies mostly, but also a few stuffed animals. Normally, I wouldn't think twice about a scene like this, but it was a little odd when the lights were off with the curtains closed. It's dark in here, honey. Are you sure you don't want it on? The only light came from the hallway, a yellow square of light that fell across my daughter's small form. She beamed at me, clearly having a blast with her game.
I don't want the lights,
she said.
Can I eat in my room? I'm not done playing.
All right, come get it. Don't forget to rinse your plate when you're done. Serena was usually a bit more energetic, ripping through the house and demanding near constant attention. I was a little unnerved, but also relieved to have a small break. Her preoccupation would enable me to finish my errands and get the house in order. No small feat with a young daughter. Serena skipped into the dining room, grabbed her plate, then paused suddenly. Her dark eyes fixed on the table for a moment, before she looked at me in confusion.
Where are the flowers? You said you liked them.
They're drying out, Princess, I smiled at her, gesturing towards the window. They were a little wet.
Oh.
She looked disappointed, but didn't say anything else. Plate in hand, she went back to her room. I heard the door close behind her. For some reason, I wanted to cry. I ate my lunch alone at the table, and then went to retrieve the flowers. I brought them to the sink. The stems were tangled. Carefully, I worked them apart and rinsed away the clump of dirt holding them together. A metallic clink caught my attention. Something had come loose from the dirt and fallen into the sink. A ring? A muddy, tarnished ring. I picked it up, then held it under running water. It was missing a stone, and the filigree band was slightly bent. With a little love, it could be beautiful again. It looked very old. I didn't know if it was valuable or not. but it was probably important to someone. I slipped the ring onto my right ring finger so I wouldn't lose it, intending to find the owner later. I couldn't help but think about the conversation I'd had during breakfast. Looks like he proposed after all. I laughed, amused by the coincidence. Of course my daughter found the flowers with a ring tangled in their roots. I dropped the flowers in a bowl on the table, making a sad excuse for a centerpiece. I didn't add water. They were wet enough already. Apparently, Serena's Prince Charming lived in a swamp. Serena stayed in her room until dinner. By then, the house was tidy and my errands were done. When I went to get Serena, the door was closed and the lights were off. I knocked lightly on the door before opening it, to find my daughter standing at the castle wardrobe. The double doors were open and she was leaning forward, peering inside. I turned on the light, causing her to glare at me.
Turn the lights off, Mommy.
I didn't, not liking the tone she was taking with me. Go wash up for dinner, now. When she didn't start marching, I began to count. 1, she crossed her arms. 2, she stomped her foot. But before I could get to 3, she stormed past me, slamming the door behind her. The wardrobe was still open, so I walked over to close it. The carpet was wet, soaking through my slippers, squishing with every step. As I moved to close the closet, I saw something. A pale face crowned with golden curls and forget-me-not eyes. Blake? But my ex was not crouching in his daughter's closet. There was nothing there, except a selection of dress-up clothes and plastic jewelry. The face was gone almost as soon as I'd seen it, leaving a hollow ache in my chest. I closed the doors and stood there for a long moment in silence. Dinner was cold by the time I ladled it onto our plates. I didn't even remember walking back to the kitchen. Serena pushed noodles around with her fork, but didn't eat them. We didn't talk. I felt like some part of me had checked out.
Mommy.
Her voice pulled me back. I looked up to see her smiling at me. Relieved that the storm had passed, I smiled back. What is it, sweetheart?
You're wearing the ring.
I looked down at my hands and suddenly remembered the sorry little thing I was wearing on my right hand. Oh, only for safekeeping, I answered. I need to find the owner. I didn't want to lose it. Serena giggled.
You're the owner, silly.
I'll hold on to it for now, I answered, reaching over to tousle her dark curls. Her hair was damp, which gave me pause. Why is your hair wet? I asked. Serena slouched in her chair and went back to moving food around her plate. The carpet was wet too, I added softly, keeping my voice quiet and non-confrontational. My little girl didn't look up, keeping her head down. Can you tell me why? She pushed her plate away, getting up from the table and running down the hall. I heard her bedroom door slam moments later. I buried my head in my hands and took a few deep breaths, giving myself a moment before I stood and walked over to the sink to rinse off our barely touched plates. Once the kitchen was clean, I grabbed the rag towels from under the sink so I could blot Serena's wet carpet. Her door was closed, so I knocked before entering. Serena was in bed, the blankets pulled up to her chin. The lights were off, the closet doors were ajar. My daughter was acting strange. With her eyes squeezed tightly shut, I could see her forehead furrowed from the effort as she pretended to sleep. You don't want me to read you a bedtime story first? I asked her softly as I dropped the towels on the floor. Brownish, reddish stains spread across the rags, like murky rust. The smell was bad too, like mildew and rot. I'll rent a carpet cleaner tomorrow. Try not to track in any more mud, it's hard to clean. I did my best not to sound angry, but there was a quiver in my voice. I wanted to cry. I blotted up the mess as best I could, spraying down the area with carpet cleaner and ruining towels in the process. Muddy carpets shouldn't have been a breaking point for me, but with my daughter feigning sleep only feet away, I was weak. Why was everything so hard? Every obstacle broke me. I was a bad mother, weak, broken, and alone. As much as I pretended everything was all right, nothing was.
Mommy?
Serena spoke softly, startling me back to attention.
I want you to be happy. You're sad all the time.
I looked up. She was sitting in bed now. She looked past me, at the closet. The doors were still open, but I didn't see any phantom X's peering back at us. I know, sweetie. I'm sorry. I'm doing my best.
You're wearing it on the wrong hand,
she answered, flopping back into her pillows and pulling the blankets up to her nose. I didn't know what she meant, but she closed her eyes again. I stood up, kissing her on the forehead. Good night. My throat felt tight, but having a breakdown in her room wasn't the answer. I needed to get some rest. I was tired, that's all. I moved to close the wardrobe, surprised to meet resistance. The doors didn't close.
Leave it open. Daddy Prince likes to watch over me.
I was too tired to argue, and left to take a long shower. The stink of mud was sticking to me, even when I used my most fragrant soaps. After I was done, wrapped up in the unclean towel, I passed my daughter's room on the way to mine. As I peered inside, something stopped me in my tracks. A white-gloved hand beckoning from the closet, and Serena's small hand reaching out to take it, before she was violently pulled into the wardrobe with a loud snap. Serena! I ran into the bedroom just as the door slammed shut. I pulled on the handles, alarmed by the deafening silence. My daughter didn't answer my cries. She didn't make a sound. When I managed to pry the doors open, the closet was empty. Even her dress-up clothes were gone. I screamed, but no one answered. I knocked, but no one answered. I begged, but no one answered. I even crawled into that tight space, closing myself in, but nothing happened. The prince in my daughter's closet had stolen her away. I didn't sleep, curling up on the wet carpet and waiting for something, anything, to happen. Then I realized something, and I sat down to write my story. People will notice we're missing soon. They'll probably think I did something unspeakable because the truth is unbelievable. The ring was on the wrong hand. She told me this before the prince took her away. Maybe he was impatient for my answer. He asked me to marry him after all. We're going to live together in his castle. Serena's waiting for me there. She couldn't wait any longer. I can hear her singing now, with a song that erases my every doubt.
Skin as white as bone, lips as red as blood, sitting on a throne made of sticks and mud. Daddy Prince loves you, Daddy Prince loves me, and I love you too. We'll be family.
Don't look for us. But if you must, check the closet.
Daddy Prince loves you. Daddy Prince loves me. And I love you too. We'll be family.
Why I hate scarecrows. I hate scarecrows ever since I was little. I found something about the doll stuffed with straw to be unsettling. I remember my parents tried to help me get over this fear by telling me things like, "They're not scary, they only want to be your friends," or some other lame line to get me to lighten up. When I got older, my fear started to fade. Scarecrows still weren't my favorite things in the world, but they weren't the nightmare fuel they used to be. This all changed after the events that took place last Halloween. It was almost the weekend before Halloween, and my friends were planning on hosting a party at one of the apartments. "You should come, Joe," my friend Dennis said one morning before classes. "Exams will be taking our lives soon, so might as well have a little fun." I tapped my fingers on the side of the to-go cup before taking a sip of my latte. "You're acting like nobody has partied during exams," I retorted. "I'm sure I won't be missing much. I was never really someone that enjoyed parties, even when I got to college. Truth is, I never got anything out of them other than a hangover and makeup stains on my pillow." "It's not just any party, it's a Halloween party," said Dennis. "You can't tell me you aren't just a little bit interested in dressing up." I looked down at the floor, catching a glimpse of my backpack laying under the cafeteria table. It was true that projects were stressing me out. I supposed it would be fun to spend one night thinking about something else. "Fine," I answered. "I'll give it a try." Dennis smiled. "Awesome! It's not too far from your place, actually. So if you hate it, you can just, leave." I raised an eyebrow. "You would let a girl walk home alone from a college party?" "Well, no, but I just meant..." "I'm joking," I laughed. "I'm capable of handling myself, and if I do feel unsafe, I just call a cab or something." Dennis sighed and gave me a playful nudge before we went our separate ways. The week went by faster than expected. Before I knew it, it was the night of the party. I had picked up a pirate costume from a local party store the night before. It wasn't really that creative, but I didn't feel like this would be the type of crowd that would care. At 9:30 p.m., I got a call from Dennis. "Hey, are you here?" I asked, answering the phone. "Yep, I'm outside," he replied. I hung up and slid my cell back into my pocketbook. When I walked out of my building, I was greeted by Dennis and his Honda Civic. "I thought you said the party was close," I said, confused. "Why do we need your car?" "Oh, shit!" Dennis exclaimed after I closed the passenger door. "I forgot to tell you. It changed. It's cool though. It's at another dude's house we know. It's close to the woods." "That sounds a little creepy," I said, laughing nervously. "Oh no, it's fine," Dennis assured. "I know the guy that's throwing it. He's great. The house is also massive, and he's letting people stay if they want." "Well, that's a relief," I answered. We were on the road about 45 minutes before we got to the house. It looked like we were some of the last people to arrive, as a lot of the students were already spilling onto the porch. The night progressed how I imagined it, with drunk college kids being drunk college kids. To my surprise, I was having a fun time. Everything was going well until I overheard a conversation between two of the guests. They still haven't found her? Yeah, she's dead, said one of the guys, whose face was made up like a clown's. Dead or trapped in some psycho's basement, said the other, who was dressed as a skeleton. I walked up to the boys. Hey, I said. Mind if I ask what you guys are talking about? The two boys looked at one another and then back at me. Some girl that goes on our school went missing like 2 weeks ago, said the clown. The last time anyone saw her was at that fair at the giant corn maze. I tilted my head to the side. I remembered hearing something about a missing student, but I didn't know the details of what happened. Yeah, said the skeleton, interrupting my train of thoughts. She was hot though. Really, the clown said, giving his friend a disapproving stare. What? It's true. I started walking away from the two of them when I heard something. It sounded like a whimper or a whistle. I looked back at the boys for confirmation. They looked at me and acknowledged that they also heard a strange sound. Hey, turn down the music for a second, yelled the clown. A girl wearing a Wednesday Addams costume adjusted the volume and a pair of speakers set up in the corner of the room. Everyone, shut the hell up! The room went silent for a moment. Just as we were about to dismiss it as nothing important, we heard it again. This time it was clear. A scream. Everyone in the room raced to the windows that overlooked a drive to see what was happening. I squeezed into a spot by one of the windows and looked out. A girl stood in front of the porch, screaming for help and clutching her stomach. I recognized her as one of the people who was sitting outside when we first got there. The boy dressed as a skeleton opened the window, so we could hear what was going on. He's dead! She cried, and she walked towards the group that had gone outside. He's dead! She killed him! Who's dead? What happened? A voice asked. The girl took one more step towards the group and then stopped. He's dead, she said one last time before taking her hands off her bottom. As she did this, the house filled with screams as her intestines spilled out onto the pavement. I couldn't move. I couldn't even think. All I could do was stare at the sight of the gory mess as people frantically tried to help the dying girl. Suddenly, something in the corner of my eye snapped out of trace. I turned my head slightly, looking towards the line of trees just beyond the driveway. There, standing next to a tall pine tree, was what looked like a scarecrow. From what I could see, it wore a ripped, old sweatshirt, and bits of straw were popping out of the small holes. As my vision adjusted, I realized that this scarecrow had distinct female features. Just then, the strange figure moved and looked at the window. My heart dropped, but I managed to find my voice. "In the trees!" I screamed. Someone shined a flashlight along the tree line. When the light connected with the creature, it quickly took off into the inky dark. In that short period of time, however, I managed to see the thing that had been stalking us. It was a girl that couldn't even have been older than the guests at the party. She had light, matted hair and a pale skin on her face which stitched into a fake smile, and soon onto fabric on her neck. The sweatshirt she wore barely covered what looked like small razors, where her hand should have been. Worst of all, however, were her eyes. They were totally white or void of life, almost like a corpse. It didn't take long for the police to arrive. The injured girl was taken to the hospital where she remained in critical condition for some time. When she eventually came to, she revealed that she and her boyfriend had gone into the woods the night of the party. She claimed that something attacked them, killing her boyfriend and wounding her. Then, when the police went back to check the area, there was no sign of the boy or the creature. Everyone at the party was questioned, including me. I told the police about the figure I saw, going into detail about her appearance, instead of dismissing my claims. They seemed genuinely invested and continued to ask me questions about the creature. Towards the end of the interrogation, I was shown a photo of a girl. "That's her!" I said, pointing at the photo. "That's the girl!" "Are you absolutely positive?" one of the officers asked. I nodded. "Why?" I responded. "Who is that?" The man held up the photo. "This is Cecilia Baumann." I stared at the photo. The name sounded so familiar to me. The officer continued. "She's a student that went missing a couple of weeks ago."
I've seen her for as long as I can remember. The girl on the other side of the mirror. She's been with me nearly all my life, watching me from behind the glass. My earliest memory is as a little girl, watching my reflection as I brushed my teeth before bed. Leaning down to spit in the sink, I stood up and found that it wasn't my reflection returning my gaze any longer. I was face to face with a completely different girl. She looked like a shadow. Her skin was black as night, her thin face framed by long dark hair, wearing black clothes that I couldn't quite discern from the rest of her. The only distinctive features she had was her eyes. 2 large, red eyes, like burning embers of a fire. She visited me often, sometimes several times a day, ever since that first time I met her. She never talked, never really attempted to communicate with me. She just watched me, smiling on occasion with a mouthful of starkly white teeth, or letting out a giggle when someone caught me staring at her. From time to time, she'd tap her thin fingers on her side of the glass, as if trying to get my attention. I tried to show her to other people. Even when she was staring right at us, they couldn't see her. They only saw my reflection. As a child, they thought I was lying or had an imaginary friend. As I got older, I quickly learned that other kids would make fun of you for talking about things like the girl I saw. They'd call me names, say I was crazy, bully me since I was an easy target. The usual things kids do. Photographs and videos didn't capture her. Only I could see her. So I just stopped trying to prove she was real. I just lived with seeing her, sometimes multiple times a day, watching her grow as I grew, age as I aged. I'm 87 now. The girl on the other side of the mirror grew as fragile and old as I have, aging in sync with mine. Even with the girl frequently visiting, I've had a full life. I married, though I've outlived my husband. Had children who also had children, and now I live alone. Just me and her, the withered old lady in the mirror. But today, she wasn't there. When I woke up, groping for my walker and
hobbled to my vanity. I found the mirror shattered, its shards scattered on the floor, dark and opaque. Making my way to the bathroom, the mirror above the sink was the same. Every mirror in my home has been shattered, and the pieces of fractured glass are now dark, as if they've been covered in blackness.
Most of us feel quite safe when the weather turns bad. We have houses, castles of steel, plaster, and wood. We have television and the internet, systems to warn us about anything actually dangerous. Modern life serves every need. Aside from natural disasters, weather rarely poses a problem in the 21st century. Gone are the days of muddy caves, of huts and villages. Now we live in monuments to our achievements. And so, when rain comes down in sheets, when cracks of light split the air open and reverberating rumbles follow, we feel nothing but excitement. But sometimes, the atmosphere beyond our walls is violent enough to unnerve us. The wind is powerful enough to make our houses creak, and the tap of the rain turns into a roar. Then thunder erupts just outside, impossibly loud. The ground shakes, and for a moment, a primal urge to hide takes over. Our instincts are buried deep, but the untamed might of a storm can dredge them up. Because at the core, we're still frightened animals. We just upgraded our caves. It was on such a thunderous night that I spoke to the Soul Eater. I'd finished my evening rituals and crawled under my sheets. The noise of the rain comforted me at first, a soothing static lull. But when the storm intensified, my breath grew shallow with anxiety. I've never bothered with psychiatric help, so I don't know what diagnosis they'd give my brain. But whatever plagues me, it's twisted my thoughts since childhood. I thought about my mind a lot that night, laying in my bed as the window flashed with lightning. Why am I the way that I am? What does it mean to be me? Is it even worth being me? These questions swirled in my head as the storm raged outside. I found no answers. The interesting thing was that most people would actually want to be me, or at least to live my lifestyle. I'd found my success in writing thriller novels, and my possessions were impressive. My house was grand and stately, situated in a woodland corner of a nice neighborhood. Yet it was empty. Nobody shared my home with me. I was also empty myself. I had nobody with which to share my true self. I was hyper-conscious of the fact that I'd missed out on young love. That beautiful, blissful experience. 30 years old and alone? Sure, I could find someone, but the damage of loneliness had already been done. And since I wasn't living for somebody else, what was I really living for? I'd never particularly enjoyed life. When I was a teenager, I lived because I had a future. When I was in my early 20s, I lived to take care of my mother. When I was in my late 20s, I lived because I had stories to tell. Now that future was here. My mother was gone and my stories were told. What was left? Years of rotting in this mansion? Of trying to recover the feeling of youth I wasted? It would never return. Not much of a point in continuing. The thunder rang out like 1,000 simultaneous gunshots. My house, my enormous empty house shuddered, shaking dust from the ceiling. Instinctively, I pulled the blankets over my head before a sense of shame for my childish reaction took over and forced the covers back down. I realized I needed to sleep. My thoughts were taking a dark turn. My emotions were bubbling to the surface, dredged up by the storm. I tried to lie still and shut off my thoughts. Seconds turned to minutes, then to hours. I was preparing myself to go grab some Ambien when another crack of thunder exploded over the house. As the rumble faded, I heard something else. A dull thud from downstairs. The front door had been slammed shut. I remembered locking it that night. I lay quietly, pondering. A robbery? Should I call the cops or pretend to sleep? What if it wasn't a robbery at all? Perhaps some poor soul caught in the storm had sought shelter. Called a deep voice from outside my room. My heart froze. Goosebumps broke out across my entire body. Whoever was out there, they sounded like no human I'd ever met before. I tried to sit upright, but nothing happened. I couldn't move. It was like I was held in place by an invisible weight. Sleep paralysis. It had happened to me from time to time. The phenomenon always carried a heavy burden of fear, due to a concoction of hallucinations. But this time, I found it somewhat reassuring. It meant the voice outside the door wasn't real. I held my breath as the doorknob turned. Slowly, agonizingly. My bedroom door creaked as it swung open, and a figure came into view. The man was floating, horizontally as if he lay face down on thin air. As he drifted across the room and over my bed, I had a sickening realization. It was me. My body, my face, even the pajamas that I had at that very moment. He became motionless as he hovered directly above me. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Then his mouth moved. And the voice that emerged was so alien, I couldn't imagine it syncing with a person's lips, much less my own. Hello, Nicholas. Deep, knowing, mournful, as if the ocean could speak. And above that, a barely perceptible static buzz in the words. I only stared. Come on now. Be polite, chided the ghost. I found I could speak. You're not real, I told him. At this, my face, suspended just a few feet above me, only smiled. I was thinking we could have a conversation tonight. The hallucination's voice boomed around the room, echoing more distant corners of the house. About what? I asked him. I tried to move my arms and legs, but they refused to respond. It was going to be a long night. Life, death, you. I answered with a stare, at which the facsimile of me broke into an even larger grin. Let's start with the question. Why are you still alive? Of course he knew my thoughts. This was, after all, my dream. Still, a weird feeling crept through my paralyzed body when he mentioned the exact same question I just asked myself. Because my life has value, I answered. Hardly a satisfactory answer, Nicholas. Why does your life have value? The ghost said in that unearthly voice. I hesitated for a few moments. There are good things in my life. I eat well, I relax, I want for nothing. Good? The floating version of me chuckled. Eating well is good? Relaxing is good? What about the bad, Nicholas? It doesn't matter how satisfied your material urges are if your soul is diseased. I didn't answer. The fear that had dissipated minutes ago returned at the words. This didn't feel like a normal dream. Ponder this. How does the good in your life compare to the bad? The negatives are overwhelming. You have more regret than pride. You have more anger than joy. You have more aches and pains than comfortable moments. And your loneliness outweighs your love with the gravity of a world. Shut up! I told the thing and shut my eyes. Again, I tried to move. And again, my body failed me. No. The word resounded, sonorous and static from inches above my face. I opened my eyes and found the ghost had moved much closer. The smile had left its face. Every moment is a battle between joy and pain, and which one wins the majority of the time? There's no formula I can contrive to prove this to you, but you know the truth, deep within you. You see, Nicholas, here's the truly sad aspect of all of this. You live a better life than the vast majority of humans that have ever lived, and you're still unhappy. What does that tell you about life? Life is suffering. I conceded. It was a mantra some of my characters like to repeat. He smiled again, suspended over me and floating upwards a few inches. I hated my own face at that moment, a taunting and smug grin. So why live? His question came out as a whisper that held more menace than any of the previous booming statements. I stared up at the being. Fate, I answered after a minute. His laugh was loud and rolling, like a series of crashing waves. Faith, he repeated. Faith in what? Life is made of uncertainty. What if there's someone up there? Someone up there? You pitiful thing. You must know there's nobody, nothing. And if, by some great accident, there was a being that created you, would you not curse it for your flaws? For the suffering inherent in what you are? A God which created you would be nothing short of evil. I can't explain it, and I don't have to. That's what faith is, a passion of something greater than yourself. But as I said the words, I knew I didn't believe them. I'd never been religious. Liar, taunted the ghost as he pointed an arm down at me. And even if you weren't attempting to deceive yourself, think of the very notion of the grand scheme of things. Some kind of cosmic plan. Is it truly a comforting idea? That you are merely a cog in the machine created by an incomprehensible force? A cold feeling spread through me at that, but I forced myself to ignore it. I kept forgetting it was still a dream, only a manifestation of my subconscious. I couldn't let it disturb me, but there was something about the way the ghost moved and spoke that wasn't right. It was like no sleep paralysis episode I'd ever suffered. Nicholas, why live? Asked the hallucination once more. Because the future, I answered. He smiled and opened his mouth, but I cut him off. And no, not because I think I'm destined to be successful like I used to think. I mean because I can wake up tomorrow and go to Europe. Because I can choose to do anything I want. Maybe I am unhappy. Maybe there's literally nothing divine out there, but I have the freedom to choose my life. I felt determined to beat this thing. As I understood it, the dream would end when I proved him wrong, showed him that my life was worth living. He stared down at me, not visibly angry, but when he spoke, that static buzz in his voice was once more noticeable. Wrong. For the first time, I noticed his eyes. They were not exactly like mine. Some kind of yellow tint pervaded them. Wrong, he said again. You aren't free, you worm. You are a puppet, a biological object used to perpetuate your species. You say you can go to Europe tomorrow, but you won't. You can only do what urges tell you to do. You are the sum total of the forces that evolution built inside of you. That raised even more defiance in me. You know what? That doesn't even matter. I feel free, and so I am. Fundamentally, there's no difference in my reality either way. But Nicholas, even if you feel free, is that not a negative experience? Is there not horror in being forced into this world without meaning? A wanderer, condemned to seek something he can never find? As long as you hold this delusion close to your heart, that you are free, you will never be satisfied, because you must surely believe there is some combination of choices out there that will save you from what you are. The cold feeling returned, and I recognized it for what it was. The realization that the ghost was right. For all the malice and hopelessness that poured out of this grinning mouth, his refutations made sense. The ghost didn't stop. That's the bane of it all, really. Consciousness, the awareness, that sickening knowledge that you exist. Human beings, they don't really want to be beings. They just want to be. But you yourself cannot ever simply be, for it strives, constantly. Yourself, Nicholas, strives to disintegrate. Look behind the veil of most enjoyable activities in this life, and realize they are a process of becoming unself. Sex, drugs, love, even fun itself. Happiness is the process of killing self-awareness. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to move, hoping that the nightmare would end. When I opened them again, the ghost lay on top of me. I could see nothing but his eyes, so much like mine, but with a strange yellow light behind them. What do you want? I asked him. Your soul, he said. I thought I was just a biological creature without a soul, and it should be nothing to relinquish. What do you want me to do? I whispered. Give up, he whispered back, and static filled the room. The ghost floated higher, nearly disappearing into the murky gloom of my high-arched ceiling. Then he began to change, and the facade of me, the facade of humanity, fell away like a withered leaf, and I saw how vast that thing truly was. It hung in the air like smoke, and filled the mind in a way that pushed out all ability to describe it. When I regained my words, I asked, "What are you?" The Soul Eater, it said, a dry buzzing in its words. I didn't respond. Nicholas, it's time, the demon told me. Give in. Let me have it. The thing was right. It was right about me. It was right about the world. It was right about life. No, I spat the word. Something in me wanted to live. The demon above me shifted and writhed. Why? Because what is life for if not continuation? There's a force inside me and I want to preserve it. I don't care how shitty things are. The Soul Eater hissed. It grew until there was nothing else. And then it tried to strip my soul. There's not much I can say that will accurately describe what I felt at that moment. It should suffice to say that I'm scarred, and I'll never forget it. But I won. I fought off those grasping threads of spirit. Life won. Eventually, the Soul Eater withdrew. You and I, we will do this again. A lump of dread manifested in me. What if the being came when I was weak? Then I'd realized I just fought it off at my weakest moment. Some sort of pride filled me. And I will win again, I told it. You've won millions of times already, but on one of these repetitions, you will fail. You see, Nicholas, the universe repeats itself. It expands, it contracts, it re-expands, and every time, the same things happen. Almost. There are two things that change. The first is myself. I have been present for every rise and fall from the dawn of time and before. I exist in another place, in another way. The universe does not control me, and so I last, through the endless back and forth, living through realities as you live through minutes. The second, Nicholas, is that the universe is dying. Every expansion, every contraction, it grows weaker, fainter. And you right now are an uncountable number of expansions from the beginning. One of these days, you will have faded enough to give in. There is a secret only I know, Nicholas. What? I asked, terrified to hear the answer. Everything has already ended. The thing hissed in a hoarse whisper. It's over. The universe once existed in glory, but it's dead now. You're just the fading ripples, a pale echo of what once was. And with that, the Soul Eater moved back through my door, out of my house and into the night. As soon as it left, I found I could move again. I held my hands to my face and cried. Just sobbed for the longest time. It had to have been the most traumatic dream of my life. But of course, it was just that. A dream. Sleep paralysis. A common psychological phenomenon. That didn't explain why my door was open. It's been 10 years since my conversation with the Soul Eater. My life is different now. I found a wife that I love. I had kids. Little bundles of happiness and energy that exhaust and delight me. Gone are the days of me lying alone in my bed, staring up at the ceiling and wondering what I was missing. And so, when I have negative thoughts, when I begin to wonder if this world is worth living in, the answer is lying right next to me, in the rooms across the hall. But sometimes, I see a familiar figure in the distance outside my house, or whenever I'm driving the kids to school, I spot a glimpse of my doppelganger on the side of the road, floating just a few inches off the ground and grinning. And for a moment, I remember everything. I feel everything that I felt that night. I realized I've buried the truth with a textbook lifestyle designed to be fulfilling. Because at the core, I'm still a lonely animal fending off the truth of an uncaring world. I just upgraded my defenses.
This is one of those close call stories. I have been around 9 or 10 years when this happened. In October of 2006, a mother of 2 kids I went to school with had went missing on one of the bike paths that went through our town. Initially, the police had suspected it was her husband, but they ended up finding her body a few yards off a bike path. Everything was consistent with 3 murders that had occurred in the 90s on a bike path in a town 15 minutes away from my town. They had arrested a man for those murders without conclusive evidence. Anyways, my story happened about 3 weeks before this woman went missing. My dad and I were walking on the same bike path that goes through my town, behind my high school, and was only about 5 minutes away from my old house. We always came walking by there with my old golden retriever named Aspen. Off of this bike path was a hill, and sometimes we used to go down there and walk along the woods towards the meadow. My dad decided he was going to take my dog down so she could run around there. She really liked doing that. Anyways, my dad went down the hill, and for whatever reason, I decided to stay up. I'm standing there for a few minutes just looking around when a man with a German Shepherd walks up to me. He starts asking me how I'm doing and if this is my favorite bike path. I answered him, and I was hesitant because I had always been taught stranger danger, but I didn't want to be rude. While he was talking to me, 2 women walked by us, and he asked me if they were my parents. I said no, and he asked me if I would walk with him and his dog because he liked walking with me. I started getting really nervous, and I said no. He kept insisting, and I came with him. Finally, my 10-year-old mind said that this is enough. I started screaming bloody murder for my dad. He ran up to me with my dog, and the guy gave him a quick look as he was getting on top of the hill and starting to run away with his dog. I'm crying hysterically while my dad is calming me down and calling 911. One cop who was on duty was near our location and came to us and had a few guys on the lookout for this guy. My description for them, other than the dog, was that he was a bit taller with a beard and darker features. They never found the guy. Fast forward a few weeks, this woman goes missing. The police ended up finding her body and matching her DNA with the murders from the 90s, finding out it was the same guy. They arrested an innocent man for those murders in the 90s, while the actual murderer was free and living a normal life. After matching the DNA, they ended up catching the right guy. When they released his photo on TV, me and my dad were horrified to see the face of the same guy we saw on the bike path a few weeks ago. This story is still terrifying to both me and my dad whenever we tell it to other people.
I think my wife has been replaced. It's all in the eyes. It started with small things. Inside jokes between us I'd find her not remembering. Events from a few years ago she would get wrong, though not entirely. Her laugh was even different. Lana, remember when Strider fell into the lake? There was a pause, and then she laughed. "You're so clumsy," she replied, jokingly. But as I remembered back, she had been terrified when our German Shepherd had haphazardly slid off the smooth rock and into the cool waters of Lake Erie in November. The tide had been higher than normal that evening, and he had just assumed he could venture out to his normal spot on the rocks. Wrong. Running out ahead and staring back triumphantly, a small wave had pushed him just enough. He lost his balance and slid off the side into the waves. Strider had been unable to get back up himself due to just how wet and slippery the edge had been, and after a few terrified seconds, I managed to jump in and lift him back up onto the rocks myself. It had been 4 years ago, and my wife had been mad at me for what seemed like a month after. "I told you the tide was higher today. He could have died," she had yelled, holding back tears. That had been her reaction at the time, but now her response was much more light-hearted. I chalked it up to growing older. People change, right? Lana was no different. Maybe looking back she could find humor in it. Still, I couldn't help but feel that my wife wasn't the same person, and though part of me didn't want to push the issue, I found the nagging thought of her being someone else entirely burrowing its way deeper into my mind, and things only got worse. A few weeks ago, the color of her eyes changed from dark brown to a mix of silver and green. Waking up next to her that morning, I had nearly jumped back in bed when she opened them and smiled back. They almost shined. "Your eyes," I said. "What's wrong?" she asked, standing up to examine herself in the antique vanity mirror. "Oh," she laughed. "That's just from the medication, Dom," she stated, falling back into bed and wrapping her arms tightly around me. "I'm so glad I'm here with you," she continued. Hiding a sudden feeling of terror, I hugged her back and pretended everything was okay. But I don't think people's eye color just changes, ever, even due to medication. Over the next few weeks, I figured out something I wish I hadn't. The further back in time I referenced, the more sketchy her memory became. Now I know what you're thinking, that makes sense. I mean, everyone's memory is worse further back in time. Dementia or Alzheimer's came to mind, but I've read that typically those patients suffer from short-term memory loss first. Their long-term memory is intact, at least until the later stages. Last night I confirmed my doubts, catching Lana in a lie about her stepfather. "You think George would want the old pickup? I could sell it for cheap." A moment or two passed as she thought it over. "Yeah, I think he might," she replied, smiling warmly and hugging me even tighter than before. "I'm so glad I'm here with you," she said again. I unwrapped her hands and stood up quickly, my eyes never leaving hers. "Your stepfather George has been dead since you were 12 years old, Lana." A moment passed and she began to slowly laugh. "So help me God," she laughed. I could only stare down in horror. "I guess I knew you'd figured it out eventually," she said before quietly sighing. "Your wife Lana has been dead for 7 months.
In the late 40s of the last century, after a decade of private research involving experiments with binaural beat brainwave frequencies, extrasensory cognition, and rare extracts of a South American vine, Dr. Thomas Rosner perfected a technique whereby one could actually intrude into the psyche and see another's thoughts. Despite having exhaustively documented his rigorous work, he could find no institution that would even offer to review it. Forced to sell his invention, he found by word of mouth among those through whom he procured narcotics a prospective buyer, the bête noire of an old New York family, Mr. John M. Dunn, a voyeuristic connoisseur of the supernatural and the obscene, who had squandered his idle youth in the great libraries of Paris, those catacombs of departed authors, rummaging among their hoards of dusty and obsolete works. A literary ghoul who disturbed with profane fingers the charnel houses of decayed philosophies. He readily agreed to the doctor's asking price without haggling, delighted at the prospect of exploring such a bizarre novelty. Once adept at the operation of the apparatus, Dunn paid Dr. Rosner off and under an assumed name rented a shabby house within view of Sing Sing prison. In the timeless night, while the convicts fitfully slept, with the aid of a set of stolen blueprints and his new mind-reading device, he raided their memories cell by cell at liberty to savor the forbidden thrill of thefts, molestations, moonlit homicides, in secret, without remorse or consequence. Within a month, the prisoners, telling each other about the nightmares from which they had all begun abruptly to awaken, discovered they shared striking similarities. First, processions of alligators and tortoises filed through a swamp, crowded with faceless people and shrieking orchids. Next, a shadow man, at whom they looked directly but could never quite see, would watch them in utter stillness from an empty house, while invisible hands probed behind their eyes as they had to stand naked, legs locked in place, unable to run away. Their compared descriptions of the house were identical, including its location just outside the walls. By mutual agreement, it was planned that the first of them to receive parole or be released would search this house out to find out if it really existed and investigate the source of their troubling dreams. A few days after being freed, their chosen spy was able to inform them with a smuggled message in code that not only was the house real, but he had broken into it at night and found a gaunt, mustached man in a silk smoking jacket seated bolt upright, head thrust back, both eyes gaping, mouth stuck open in a stiffened gasp, clenched hands gripping the arms of his chair in front of a scientific machine. A handwritten journal on the desk told the whole story of his adventures, prying unconstrained through their psyches, plundering the haunted memories of criminal after criminal, seeking ever more shameful and audacious experiences, until finally he wrote, on July 7th, of his overwhelming desire to witness, telepathically, the next execution in the prison's notorious electric chair.
I'm not gonna lie. I had a great childhood. I had loving parents. I still do. I got along with my sister. All of my family took care of me and brought me up the best way they could. Most of them were university teachers and researchers, so I also had a pretty big bank of knowledge at my disposal. We never had too much money since my country was going through a pretty bad economic crisis during my younger years. But it was enough to get us a nice little house next to my grandparents, my old man's mom and dad. We were always extremely close. I loved knitting and taking care of the garden with my grandma and watched football matches and carpentering with my grandpa. My school days went pretty smoothly. I didn't have the best grades, but they were good enough. So at 18, when I finally finished high school and managed to get into a good college, my grandparents decided that they were going to give me a pretty amazing gift. I was going to spend a month with them traveling through Spain. For the most part, I had a good time, as expected. The trip bonded us even further, and I loved every minute of our time, seeing beautiful art and architecture. But none of that mattered, compared to what happened in a single, fateful night. I have denied and shrugged off the memories for an unbearably long time, but something made me remember. And nothing will ever be the same again. I probably will never, ever again forget what I went through. No matter how hard I try to block them out of my life again, the memories will consume me. This is why I must tell my story, before it is lost forever. It all started during the third week of the trip. We had already visited Madrid, Segovia, and Toledo. Next up was Granada, home of La Alhambra, the most lavish of the Arab palaces in the Iberian Peninsula. It had been the final bastion of resistance of the last Moorish king, where he spent the final days of his reign, a fairy tale town. Too bad it was filled to the last inch with tourists. We were standing at a hotel called Leonardo. I remember that we arrived at night, about 8 p.m., after a 4-hour-long train trip. The lobby was pretty nicely decorated and shiny, and the staff was nice, so we weren't expecting in the least bit what we were going to find upstairs. It was a pretty tall building for Granadan standards. We were staying in the second to last floor, the 10th if I remember correctly. This meant that we had a good view of the whole city, and that was pretty much the only good thing about the place. The corridor leading to our room was old and musty, covered in a pink and peach-striped wallpaper that had suffered a few decades of constant humidity, probably from a leaking pipe. It had a low ceiling with a long row of dim lights and a carpeted floor with a grayish hue to it, that had probably once been beige. The room itself wasn't too different, with the added discomfort of an old bathroom, stained bed sheets, and an old springy mattress that could have been at least twice my age. Nothing like what we had seen in the pictures. Nonetheless, we were more interested in the city itself than the boring old hotel, so we unpacked as quickly as we could and went out for a nocturnal bite and a short walk. Before going out, though, we complained to one of the receptionists about the state of our room. He politely explained this particular hotel had passed through several owners and hotel chains, like an old hand-me-down that no one really wanted, but accepted anyway. Apparently, the owners had only bothered to refurbish the lobby and left the rest of the building just as they found it. Fair enough. The hotel staff had nothing to do with the owner's carelessness. Plus, we had already paid for our stay and did not have the time nor the will to find another place. So we had our supper, got the feel of the town, and came back at about 11. The first night was surprisingly not bad. We were completely exhausted from the long train ride and wanted nothing more than to get our fair share of sleep. And that we did. I woke up after a dreamless night. I hadn't even noticed the hardness of the old mattress. I felt great. It all started when we were getting ready to leave our room that morning. It was 9:10 when we heard a low knocking on the door, and then there came the voice. "Cleaning service." It was an old lady's voice, with a deep Spanish accent. I opened the door and let her in. I gazed at her while she greeted us with a good morning in barely understandable English. She was a very peculiar old woman. Her wrinkled skin was rather pale, but it was covered in brown stains from years of exposure to the sun. Her hands looked rugged and calloused, roughened by years of hard work. She had deep, teary green eyes that contrasted with her silky black mane. I couldn't help but stare at it. Her hair looked so soft that it could have belonged to a 10-year-old. Only the odd gray hair gave it away. We finished grabbing our things and were about to get out, when I suddenly remembered that I'd forgotten to grab my wallet. I told my grandparents to meet me downstairs and went back in the room. Quickly, I searched for the wallet on the nightstand, but it wasn't there. I was reaching under the bed when suddenly the woman said, "Don't worry, I already picked it up." She reached out her hand. I thanked her and took the wallet, and as I did, our skin touched. Her skin felt damp and cold. Too cold. For an instant, it felt as if the body had been filled up with melted ice. A sudden urge to get the old lady out of my sight as fast as possible grew inside me. So I quickly said goodbye and practically ran out of the room. But as I was closing the door, I felt the coldness grow inside me once again and turned around. The cleaning lady was staring directly into my eyes, smiling a knowing smile. The smile said that she was in on the joke, and I was not. I slammed the door shut. For the rest of the day, I had the old woman in the back of my mind. Every time I zoned out, I would remember that seemingly unexplained coldness I had felt deep in my bones. To my great satisfaction, though, I still managed to have a good time. I had managed to convince myself of the irrationality of being scared by a simple old lady. I was such a wuss. But by the time we returned to the hotel that night, I was crossing my fingers in hopes that I wouldn't have to see that woman ever again. My grandparents decided that they were going to stay at the 24-hour lobby bar for a while to grab some tea, but I decided to go straight to our room. I was ready to sleep tight and get ready for one more final tourist's day of non-stop walking in Granada. It wasn't to be. Before getting in bed, I got the sudden urge to have a hot shower. It had been a long day and I deserved it. It was a long shower. While the water flowed through my hair, I thought about how happy the three of us were, and of all the pictures and postcards where we were going to bring back home. But then the cleaning lady came into my mind once again, and I started to get anxious. Why hadn't my grandparents come up yet? I was about to grab a towel and get out, when I heard a loud bang. The lights suddenly went out, and the water got cold. A power failure. Oh well. I should have expected it from a building in such bad conditions. Naked, wet, and in the dark, I blindly reached for my phone and turned on my flashlight. It was exactly 12 o'clock. Why hadn't my grandparents come back? I wrapped the towel around my waist and reached for the door handle while holding my phone in the other hand. The door didn't budge. I tried harder, but nothing happened. The door was stuck. What terrible timing. Suddenly, I heard footsteps. Great. My grandparents had come. Grandma? Grandpa? Are you there? I called out. No answer. I called out again. Still no reply. I started to get anxious. If it wasn't my grandparents, then who the hell was in our room? And what reason would they have to not reply to my calls? The footsteps continued. I tried the handle again and was about to try to slam my body against the door, but luckily thought twice before doing it. If the person that had come in my room didn't want me to open the door, was it a good idea to confront him? After all, if he was armed, the encounter could get me badly hurt or worse. So I locked the bathroom door on my side as a safety measure and decided to call 911, but then I remembered that I didn't have any service. I hadn't bothered to buy a phone chip for the trip, so I tried the internet, but of course, it had gone out along with the electricity. I was getting desperate. The footsteps continued outside the room for a few seconds, and suddenly, I froze. The footsteps were nearing the bathroom door. This was getting out of hand. And then I heard it. The knocking. Only one thought filled my mind. The cleaning lady. Everything hit me all at once. I felt her outside my door. It was the same agonizingly cold, wet feeling from that morning, but way, way worse. It was the same feeling you get when that freezing early winter rain hits you hard on the face, but deep, deep inside your bones. And there was dread, too. Bucket loads of dread filling my heart. What could she possibly want from me? Was that thing outside the bathroom door even a she? It was too much. And so, I froze. My knees turned to rubber and I collapsed into the corner. Unthinking and unmoving, I was knocked out of my state of trance by a sudden bang. The woman, or should I say, creature, that stood outside the bathroom had grown tired of knocking. It banged on the door, harder and louder this time. The door wasn't holding much longer. At this point, the adrenaline had kicked in. I placed my phone on the counter, grabbed the toilet's ceramic lid, and got ready to hit whatever monster came through the door. Suddenly, the door opened violently. What was standing right in front of me did not look like a monster. There was no mistaking what I managed to see from the dim glow coming from my phone's flashlight. It was the cleaning lady, all right. But she looked nothing like what I had seen that morning. Her perfectly black hair had grown longer. It was so long that it spread around the floor like spilled water. She stood naked and still, right at the door, looking straight at me, unblinking. What I saw when I looked at her eyes made me grow still, letting the adrenaline fade away and the coldness and dread take me once again. They were not the deep green shade from earlier that day anymore. In fact, they weren't any color at all. They were white, completely white. A pair of colorless, lifeless balls. Then she started walking towards me, in a perfect line, as if she were being guided by a vector. I dropped my weapon. It was the least human walk I'd ever witnessed. It was as if a creature, some unknown dark being, had put on a suit and was trying and failing to look like a member of our species. The beast in the old woman's body walked in the same otherworldly fashion until it got right next to me and opened its mouth, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. I was completely paralyzed. It opened its mouth so wide that its jaw started to crunch and its skin to tear. A gray liquid started to pour from its throat. In that moment, I realized what it was about to do. I felt it in my gut. It was going to take a bite. It was going to feed. Yet I couldn't move. The coldness just wouldn't let me. Then there was another feeling. Acceptance. My body had given up to the creature. I was to be a part of it, a new skin for its collection, just like the one it was wearing right now. Out of nowhere, I heard a second bang from somewhere in the building, and light filled my eyes. The power was back. I blinked for the first time in what felt like a million years, and when I opened my eyes, there was nothing in front of me. It was gone. I closed my eyes for one last time that night. The next time I opened them, I was no longer in the bathroom corner. I was laying in my bed the next morning. It was as if absolutely nothing had happened. Had it all been a terrifyingly real nightmare? That is what my body led me to believe. As a coping mechanism, my brain made me forget. It made me think of the events of that night as mere products of my imagination. And it worked. The rest of the trip went by just as expected. I came home just as expected, and continued on with my life just as expected. This was 4 years ago. Every time I came close to thinking about the events of that dreadful night, a cerebral mist clouded my memory. 2 days ago, something clicked. Something that made everything come back to me. It was as if a ticking time bomb had been planted that night in my brain, just waiting for the right time to explode. One night, out of nowhere, I started to dream. My first dream was a perfect recollection of that terrible night, ending just seconds before I succumbed to the creature. Ever since, I had been blanking out several times a week, losing track of time and forgetting whole parts of my day. Spans of several hours have been getting blurry. But the worst part of my day is nighttime, when everything comes back to me. A dream of coldness, of death. Sometimes I can see people, scared people, a dark being always closing in on them, but they can't move, can't run. The cold won't let them. I never got to see the end of those nightmares, not that I needed to. I have considered several times visiting a psychiatrist, but I don't think it'll do any good, and I'm pretty sure I know why, even if I don't want to say or think it. I have since come to terms with my fate and the inevitability of the truth, so I'll tell it to you as a final goodbye. I think that night in Granada, I might not have escaped the monster after all.
I own a farmstead up in the mountains. It's a good sizable 5-acre plot of land right on top of the hill. I've got my silo, my 3-door workshop, and the house itself. Only thing for miles is my dog Daisy, the cows, and the missus, though sometimes it's hard to tell which is which. This morning, I was doing my rounds, checking the fence line for any breaks or collapsed struts. The damn dog escaped again. Made a mess of some poor rabbit, by the looks of it. Came sauntering in this morning with blood all over its mouth and coat. As I came around to the northern fence, I spotted something glimmering in the grass. Thinking it might be the hammer I misplaced last week, I leaned down and picked it up, almost snapping my back in the process. Sadly, it wasn't my hammer. Sitting in my hand was a sleek, brand new looking camera. I put it in my pocket and made my way back to the house, sure that one of my grandkids must have lost it when they were last over. Before I got out the contact book and went down the list dialing numbers, I decided to try to get it working and find out which of the little tykes lost it. It took all day, but as the sun started setting, I found a cable that fit. I sat down in my chair, Daisy laying next to me, turned on the lamp and pressed the power button. There were a few recordings, but I clicked on the latest one. The footage was shaky, the house coming into view with the silo behind it. The sky was that light shade of early morning, and the sun just rising above the hills. "Yeah, there they are," said a gruff voice behind the camera. I racked my brain trying to clear the fuzz of old age from it, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't recognize the voice. I bet those bastards are sitting on some big cash in there. Freaking bastards sitting in their homes, warm and happy. Don't you worry, me and my friends are gonna come visit you tonight. Suddenly, the sounds of Daisy barking came from the distance. From around the back of the house came her black figure, quickly rushing towards the man. "Crap! Get away, you mutt! Screw off!" screamed the man, as he dropped the camera and started running. Daisy's black shape came into view for a second, before the camera landed face down. I heard the man scream as Daisy locked her jaws around him. For a few moments, I sat there, idly stroking daisies the video kept playing. "Martha, put a hold on dinner and call the sheriff," I yelled, as I peeled myself out the chair and made my way to the gun cabinet. "Tell him to get over here and fast. Turn on the floodlights outside. It'll be 2 hours before they get here, and we may not have that long."
Creepy Guy in the Neighborhood by Rob the Saboteur. Just recently, about 5 months ago, my family moved into the house we're in right now after doing renovations on it for 2 to 3 years straight. The house is in a low middle-class neighborhood and needed a lot of work. After finally finishing it, we moved in ASAP and got settled. It's very cozy and the neighbors are super nice. However, after about a week or two of being in the house, at about 5 in the morning, I woke up and decided to get a glass of water before getting ready for school. To my surprise, I looked out of the kitchen window into the front yard and saw a man walking back and forth under the street light. Creepy as hell, yeah, but after about only a few seconds of watching him, he looked up and continued down the road. Didn't think much of this at that point. It may have been someone walking home or to another location, so I dropped it. Didn't tell my parents or friends anything. Fast forward to the end of June. I woke up at about 3 in the morning to my dogs going absolutely ballistic. I scrambled to get them to calm down since I didn't want my dad or mom waking up and getting mad about it. However, I looked out the window and noticed the same damn dude standing there, under the streetlight, staring at or into our house. This unnerved me greatly, and I turned the lights on, and almost immediately the dude walked away. My dogs finally chilled out, and I woke up my dad, and I told him about it. My dad didn't seem to really worry too much of it and told me to tell him if I saw him again. I went ahead and agreed to this and went back to bed. About a week ago, I was unloading a storage unit pod in our backyard. I was home alone and it was rather late. However, I wanted to retrieve my guitar case before I lent my guitar to my friend. My dog started barking like crazy and I immediately went to check what they were barking at. And lo and behold, there that dude was again, in the same spot staring at or into our house. I had 3 choices: call the cops, call my dad, or be a tough guy. My dumbass chose option C, grabbed a baseball bat from my room and walked outside. The moment I opened the door, he began to walk away. I screamed at him, "Hey, get back here, asshole!" And in response he ran. Once my folks got home, I got a major earful, and rightfully so. My dad and mom called the cops, and the cops did the best they could with what little we had. They simply told us to call again if anything else happened and went on their way. Now, last night I was getting home with my dad, mom, and sister after a night with some family friends. As we pulled up to our driveway, there he was. However, this time he was in our yard. The moment the headlights shined on him, he ran down the road. My dad cursed, parked the car, got out with his gun, and stared at the guy as he ran away. My sister, mom, and I went inside immediately to call the cops. We don't know what happened after we went inside, but according to my dad, the man turned around and stared back at him for a while before running off again. I don't know if this guy will be back and how long he's been doing this. I hope nothing spirals out of control, but creepy guy in my neighborhood? For the love of all that is holy, let's not meet.
Thanks for watching, WolfPack. If you want to submit your story, my email and subreddit will be in the description below. And also, if you're not subscribed, please do if you want. And don't forget to like and comment as well. Have beautiful nightmares. And I will see you next time.